Have you looked at it?
Yeah, I think part of it just looks.
How many people do you think?
I didn't take a look at it.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening and welcome to the Oshkosh Area School District Board meeting. It is Wednesday, December 10th. Are we in compliance with open meeting laws?
Yes, we are.
Can you please call the roll?
DeWitt.
Here.
Ford.
Here.
Herzog.
Here.
Hess.
Here.
Smiltney.
Here.
Wright.
Here.
Wyman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And now if you'd all stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a lot to get to tonight, but first of all, I'd like to start off with the land acknowledgement by Dr. Davis.
Yes, as we gather today, we would like to acknowledge that in Oshkosh, we are in the ancestral homelands of the Ho-Chunk Nation and the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin, who lived along the western shores of Lake Winnebago, Wisconsin's largest freshwater lake entirely within its borders. We acknowledge these indigenous sovereign communities who have stewarded this land throughout the generations and pay respect to their elders, past and present, and we welcome the duty and opportunity to share stewardship of these lands.
Thank you. Approval of agenda. Would anyone like to see any changes to the agenda? Not seeing any, we will accept by acclamation. And next we have the board president's report. First of all, I'd like to do the recognition of retirements. We have 4 retirees that we are recognizing this evening. The first one is Lori Fitzpatrick. She's a cross-categorical teacher assistant at Carl Traeger Elementary School, and she's been with the district since 2002. Linda Kuhopt, as many of you may know, the literacy coordinator, works at central administration. She works for all of the schools, and she has been with the district since July of 2021. James Lines, a building engineer at Oak Lawn Elementary School, has been with the district since 2024. And Ricarda Miller, instructional teacher assistant media, is at West High School, and she has been with the district since 2023. Dr. Herzog, anything you would like to add?
Thank you, Mrs. Wyman. I just want to thank these individuals for the services that they provided to our students, our staff, our parents, and our community over the many years that they have chosen to stay with the Oshkosh Area School District. The person on the list that I know the best is Linda Kuhopt. While she joined the district most recently in 2021, she actually had started her career here some years before that and then left for other learning opportunities and returned to us to share her expertise as a literacy coordinator. And I've also known Lori Fitzpatrick over the years. I've visited in her classrooms in a previous time that I worked for the school district. But I do want to thank all of these individuals and wish them a long, healthy, and happy retirement, and also remind them that we're always looking for substitutes, and we'd love to have them come back and share with us once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any acknowledgments? Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our retirees. Our mission moment today features an Oshkosh West High School student, and there he is. This is Kimani Stefan, and there is an article. It is the December 1st in the Titan Magazine article, and it talks about Kimani, a blind senior at Oshkosh West High School, and his journey as an athlete competing in goalball and track events. It highlights the partnership between Kimani and his guide runner, Austin Eklund, who is a sophomore at UW Oshkosh and a football player there as well. Their collaboration began when Stefan needed a reliable guide for track races, and Eklund stepped in, committing to daily training and practices. The article describes the challenges and the triumphs of winning as a tethered pair. Yes, they tether their hands together, emphasizing the trust and the teamwork that's required. Kimani improved his race time significantly with Eklund's support, and together they overcame the skepticism from others who underestimated Stefan's abilities. Beyond track, Kimani excels in goalball, a sport designed for blind athletes, training alone due to lack of local training programs, but finding the encouragement and the support from the UW Oshkosh community. The story also touches on Kimani's resilience, his plan to major in special education, and the mutual inspiration between he and Eklund, who credits their partnership with affirming his own career path in special education. So congratulations, Kimani, and thank you, Mr. Eklund, and what a wonderful partnership we have with UWO. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to turn the meeting to Mrs. Smiltnik. We're going to have a little change in policy for this evening, and she's going to tell you about it.
And Beth, I apologize that we're going to suggest one additional small policy change as well that we figured out now based off of the sign-up sheet.
Okay.
But in preparing for tonight's meeting, I recognized a policy clause that could unintentionally limit the important voices of stakeholders we'll hear from tonight. And I believe we universally agree that it's important that staff be allowed to speak in our public comments. Policy 0167.3 governs public comment at board meetings. In Part C, under public comment section at the meeting states, in part, participants must be a resident of the school district or have a student enrolled in the school district. This is a recent change, and it was enacted earlier this year to ensure the board was hearing from individuals with a vested interest in OISD, and it turns out we used very bad wording. A lot of our staff who may want to talk tonight or any other night aren't necessarily residents of OISD or caregivers to students who attend here, and they're obviously important and valued stakeholders. Therefore, I'm going to propose that we suspend that clause for this meeting. In addition, in looking at the number of people who have signed up for tonight, the immediate next clause, Clause D, states that a total of 45 minutes during the meeting shall be allotted for non-agenda and agenda-related public forums. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak unless otherwise directed by the board president. In doing the math, if we did it right, Dr. Davis and I think we have 31 people signed up to speak, so if everyone takes their full 3 minutes, that would be a total of 90 minutes for public comment. I personally think it would be in the best interest to allow everyone to speak if they choose to, if the board is willing to do that. So tonight, I'm recommending that the board vote to suspend the portion of 0167, and I can read the specific motion, and also that next clause D, so for allowing teachers to speak or others to speak regardless of where they live, obviously, as long as they're stakeholders in the district. And also suspending the 45-minute limit. And then also we have a policy and governance meeting this next Thursday. At that meeting, we will work to rectify the bad wording of this policy to make it very clear that we do want the voices of all stakeholders in this district speaking, regardless, especially if they are employees of the district as well. So therefore, at this time, I move that the board suspend the second sentence of Part C under public comment section of the meeting, and Clause D under the same section, and I won't bother rereading them all. We'll just say second sentence of Part C in that section, and then Part D of that same section of Policy 0167.3. And I'm sorry for the long explanation. That's what you get when you look at policy.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Dr. Ford?
Since this involves policy, waiving policy, it would require a 2/3 vote, so that it would require a minimum of 5 board members to agree.
It does. And by the way, also pursuant to, we do have the ability pursuant to another policy, 0131.1 bylaws and policies, to basically with a supermajority to immediately revise or suspend and amend, adopt, or suspend any bylaw or policy.
Thank you.
Can you call the roll, please?
Ford,
Aye.
Herzog,
Aye.
Hess,
Aye.
Smiltnik,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Wyman,
Aye.
DeWitt.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Smiltnik, for bringing that to our attention.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
All right, so a lot of great things going on across the district, so I want to be able to lift some of those up. Val Phillips students participating in the MELT After School program recently enjoyed their first of several innovative learning labs led by employee volunteers from Oshkosh Corporation. Volunteers introduced students to the fundamentals of writing application software, and students were able to program and customize their very own games, creating backgrounds, adding sound effects, and directing characters. This partnership provides students with a meaningful exposure to real-world careers and positive role models. So thank you for all the volunteers that came out from Oshkosh Corp. South Park Middle School students, manufacturing and engineering students, recently experienced a high-speed journey into the futures at Fox Valley Tech's Career Discovery Days. This event provided students with an opportunity to engage in hands-on career exploration activities aimed at helping them make informed choices about their high school courses and potential career paths. Our Wave Robotics program recently hosted the first LEGO League regional tournament where elementary and middle school teams from across the state showcased their innovative skills. Throughout the school year, our students have designed and built robots using Legos and basic electronic components. The event featured exciting head-to-head robot competitions, unique presentations from Explore teams, plus demonstrations by our own Wave Robotics team. Oshkosh Early Learning Program recently hosted a successful family night focused on supporting social and emotional regulation for our 4K families. Parents learned powerful regulation skills and strategies and went home with resources and practical ideas to extend the practice of composure from school to home. The Early Learning team is excited to continue supporting social emotional skills at our next family night coming up in January, which will focus on setting clear limits and avoiding power struggles. Always important. Lakeside Elementary recently hosted a successful multicultural family night where students and families traveled the world using Lakeside passports. The evening was a vibrant celebration exploring the art, traditions, and flavors of the countries the schools has been studying. Over at Oak Lawn Elementary, first graders recently welcomed Gregory A. Jones, the author of children's book Ribbit Ralph, for an inspiring visit. As students had been learning about the writing process during their CKLA lessons, the visit provided a perfect real-world connection to their learning. Mr. Jones shared his methods for writing, detailing how he used the writing process to create his own book, and answered questions from our engaged first graders. So thank you for coming. And then just a look at the many places that I've been over the last couple of weeks. Again, the holiday season is here, so I highly recommend if anybody has an opportunity to go to any of our holiday concerts, high school, middle school, or elementary school. They're all fabulous. I think my best costume so far was the Roosevelt Elementary School, who literally had lights that were flashing on his sweater as he was on stage. It was beautiful. So thank you for everybody for all of your extra time during the seasons. And that concludes the superintendent's report for tonight.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to District Administrator Supplemental Reports, and we'll start with the referendum update. Mr. Yerke.
Good evening, board, community, staff, students, stakeholders. Happy snow day. I will jump into a quick referendum update. The things I will go through tonight are part of the Phase 2 facilities project, and I will apologize in advance because I will bounce around this presentation so it relates to the key concept I'm talking about, and I'll show you some diagrams of some of our builds, but if you're prone to motion sickness, just use some caution as we go through this. Some key communications: the Carl Traeger Elementary project bid is complete and was awarded to Myron Construction. I'll take you through Franklin and Oakwood Elementary design. We're at about the 75–80% mark. Take you through initial new middle school design. Again, initial. This is not final. This is our early stages of planning, design, tracks, and our space program. Talk a little bit about the Oshkosh North new auditorium and black box, and then a little supplemental piece on some Shapiro communications on the consolidation with Roosevelt. So as we jump in, the Franklin and Oakwood Elementary Design Project, this is where I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Originally, when we did the referendum site plan, this is the original plan. You can see the spots in red. are the new addition pieces, gym, cafeteria up on your top left, and academics down in the middle. The actual site plan that's been approved is the model that was presented at the referendum. So really a good job in the design phase of getting it right the first time, limited modifications to what you see. Really exciting with the Franklin plan. It's hard to see on the screen, but dead center in the middle is a dedicated playground to kindergarten. So they will have an enclosed courtyard with softscape, shade, and some playground equipment to help the littles have a great space to go out and relieve some energy. The Franklin exterior renderings, the logo on the right is not exactly complete yet. That's probably been one of the more difficult processes to go through to get a group of people to agree on what a logo should look like, what direction the wings should point, and how sharp the beak should be with elementary kids. But we have a good design so far with Franklin Elementary. Oakwood, a little different. So this is the original referendum site plan for Oakwood. The only change you will notice is on the top, you can see the two playgrounds, the softscape, the soft playground, the hard blacktop playground, the asphalt piece. Feedback we received was that is too far away. So kids do not want to walk. If you've ever been in Oakwood, it's 14 miles long. You don't want to walk from the existing Oakwood and have kids go all the way out to that playground. So on the actual site plans, you can see it was adjusted right to the left of the academic wing, so kids have easy access to their playgrounds at the final site plan for Oakwood. We did have community listening sessions for both Franklin and Oakwood, received great feedback. We talked a lot about landscaping at Franklin and the creek at Oakwood, and how we're going to remedy some of those pieces. So I appreciate the community members that did come to those listening sessions. We got great feedback and have made some adjustment based on that feedback to these plans. You can see the exterior renderings for Oakwood there. Excited about both projects. New middle school. So we've started the design phase. And again, there is a lot to be learned from Val Phillips, and we have relied on the admin and the teachers and the people that work in that building to provide us a lot of feedback, whether it's about cafeteria setup, stage, glass, walls in their classrooms. We have invested a lot of time getting feedback from stakeholders who helped with the Val project. In the very initial stages right now, you can see two sets of bus traffic. The one on the bottom is the trending favorite right now with engineers, staff, and city. That would be cutout and bus drop off on 18th. Would be much easier for traffic in and out, so where the buses are on the right side of the build would not be there. The actual bus drop off would be on the bottom. Center picture would be your gymnasium, your cafeteria. We spent a lot of time talking about distributed dining. For those of you who don't know what that is, there's really a small lunchroom on each level for each grade level. Spent a lot of time talking about the pros and cons of distributed dining and ended up with traditional fits us better because we want to have equitable practices in all of our buildings. And having distributed dining wouldn't allow us to serve some of the same options that would be at our other middle schools. So we wanted to make sure we had equitable practices across all buildings. The academic wing is on the far left, a nice sprawling academic wing, 3 levels, with special education kind of grouped in the middle there, so we can integrate special education into our regular academics, which is a model we want to continue to move towards in this district. Again, lots of work ahead on the middle school. This is initial site plans, nothing set in stone, and we'll continue to get feedback from all stakeholders on these plans. This is just a little bit closer up. You can see music down on the bottom as we go through the plan. Continuing on, if I bounce back, North High School Auditorium, some initial conversations there. Appreciate the Fine Arts Department at North. They have been fantastic in guiding our discussions about what works, what we want to see here, what our educators want to have in that space. I've learned a lot about auditoriums and black boxes, and in fact, I added a picture here of a black box because when I started, I had limited knowledge. I think I asked Mr. Nehans in one of our meetings, what the heck is a black box? Coming from a smaller district, wasn't used to that. Got a great tour of Sun Prairie, had some of the North people educate me on. So I thought I would throw this up there because there are probably other people in our community or who are not as invested in the fine arts or who don't know it or haven't had experience with it on how cool this is to have in our district, to provide plays, have a little more flexibility, versatility, have an immersive connection in a small space that's very flexible for our students, our fine arts department, our school, and our community. That's a pretty cool project to have. I've been excited to be able to work on this. The last piece to our referendum update is just an update on Shapiro Elementary. So we've had conversations throughout the year. The original referendum plan was to consolidate Shapiro into multiple elementary schools. That would have been Franklin and Roosevelt, as well as potentially other schools. Based on construction at those schools, current enrollment at buildings, and space available at Roosevelt, in our conversations, we felt moving Shapiro straight into Roosevelt in one move helped kids and families stay together. We were able to consolidate and move in a seamless fashion into one space. Trying to move kids into multiple spaces would have disrupted boundary lines at multiple schools, disrupted enrollment percentages and our out-of-area attendance percentages in a lot of buildings. With the space we have and the ability to move Shapiro into Roosevelt, we've gotten good feedback on that plan. We started the communication process with families. Today we called all out-of-area attendance families who attend Shapiro to let them know. The plan is for the letter to go out to all Shapiro families here in the next couple of days to work through that process, and we'll communicate them every step of the way throughout the spring on that process. We will consolidate some of the staff, the Shapiro staff, over to Roosevelt. And one of the questions that has come up frequently in the reduction process and throughout this is, what about the principal? And we will move that principal over to Roosevelt based on a couple of factors. Lessons learned from consolidation of other buildings in this district. When you mesh two climates and two cultures and two school communities without the proper planning, connection of administrators in that process, it can go south, and that's hard to recover from a community, a staff feedback piece. That principal or principals can also serve as fill-in principals on call for the 3 buildings we're gonna have under construction. And those principals will be spending a lot of time with district on engineering, planning. They'll have chaos in their building as construction is taking on. So those principals can assist in those buildings and also help in other buildings as needed. So I understand the questions of why 2 principals. I think when we look at the return on investment and the potential problems it solves for us, it's a good investment for our district. So any questions from the board on anything from Franklin, Oakwood, Shapiro, our middle school project, or the North Auditorium? Dr. Herzog?
Thank you. One of the things I've become more attuned to of late is handicapped spaces and visitor parking. I know that at Val Phillips, for example, in that Circle Drive near the office, we have some curb cuts and we also have some curbs. Having experienced those, I would like to recommend that we seriously look at using as many curb cuts as we can. It's not only a factor of adults, but it's also students who may be on crutches or may be on other devices that limit their mobility. So as we design these spaces, I just want to make sure that we're not only ADA compliant, but maybe go beyond that. For example, in restrooms, why is the handicap stall often the farthest one from the door? Which may seem like a simple issue, but when you have limited mobility, it is an issue. So I just want us to be more aware and more attuned to the needs of people with special needs when we're designing these spaces.
I appreciate that, and we actually have a design meeting tomorrow, so I will add that to our agenda.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just have one question related to the new middle schools. Same type of question, but when you're picking where to put the busing, and because that's a very residential area with not very wide roads, Is it right to assume that the area that does not get the busing would be for parent drop-off, so they would
Correct.
likely go through the parking lot
We-
area?
Yeah, we try to keep those two as separate as we can.
Okay,
Because you're exactly right, it gets congested no matter what, so trying to design it for flow, best we can is a priority.
okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And then student safety, obviously, with parent drop-off, bus drop-off, making sure our kids have easy access.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Budget variance report, Mr. Nehans.
Good evening. Included in your materials is the budget variance report for this month. So again, this is the financials through the month of November. The operating funds, our funds 10 and funds 27, are running slightly better than budget through November. We've had, that's being driven by purchase services and non-capital expenses, specifically within technology expenses has been running considerably lower than what they should be trending on at this point. One thing to keep in mind, even though we're still projecting a slight surplus at the end of the fiscal year, that has considerably shrunk from this time last month. When we gave the report last month, we were projecting out about a $3 million surplus, and right now it's just over $1 million. Which is again less than 1% variance at this point. So something we will continue to watch, but we're starting to close that gap. So we'll need to continue to watch the spending as we continue forward with the fiscal year. The Fund 50 food service, we are 10% lower than last year with our expenses. Again, revenues are lagging, but even with the lagging revenue, right now, the deficit is less than what we would project the incoming revenue that's delayed at this point. So Fund 50 seems to have turned around from last year and is running much better. Fund 80 is running fairly similar to prior years. Nothing out of the ordinary for the rec department. Are there any questions at all with the budget variance?
I had a question on the capital objects under Fund 80. That seems to be lower than last year. I'm just curious as to why that would be.
I don't have that specific for you off the top of my head. I can get back to you on that. I'd have to look that up to see specifically. I'm trying to look at the.
Actually, there's an increase
I was
in
going
the
to say
capital objects.
there's an increase in
Right.
spending. We increased the budget to that area as well.
Okay.
I'd have to look at more detail. I can get that back to you and respond for that.
I'm sorry I didn't ask that before the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Nehans.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll have other committee reports. First, the Education Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Wyman. The Education Committee met on Wednesday, December 3rd. We covered 2 agenda items. The first was a discussion on the research and 4 components of our proven process. This would be something that I believe I asked for. I think Dr. Coleman did an excellent job of putting together a very comprehensive report on all of the educational research behind that. I think one of the struggles was, I think I was intending, and this was my failure, to try to understand what is it that we can say, how can we say that this is a proven process in Oshkosh? And so we talked about things like the metrics that we could potentially use. We talked about how we can communicate this with the public and get accountability involved. And it was a very healthy discussion Again, Dr. Coleman, I apologize, I wasn't more clear with what the request was. The other topic that we talked about was a process of updating the district's strategic plan. We talked about the fact that Dr. Davis, Dr. Coleman, myself, and Dr. Ford have been meeting, reviewing the present key performance indicators and trying to come up with different ones and presenting it in a slightly different way than the whole five-star concept that we have. But this will be something that we will further refine and come up with a dashboard and a way to present it where the community can hopefully find it easier to consume, and hopefully it'll be more informative. So that's what we did. Our next meeting is scheduled for February 4th at 7:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Legislative Committee report.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess I'm the last report before public comments, so I'll try to make this brief. The Legislative Committee met on Tuesday, December 2nd at 7:30 a.m. We had a legislative update, state legislative update from Dr. Davis, where we discussed some policies that might be coming from the state legislature. One is on consolidation, where some representatives in the state legislature are proposing smaller school districts to consolidate with one another. And then another bill is on WIA to follow open records laws. We'll see if those pass or not. Then we had a federal budget update, which there's some talk about dissolving and reorganizing federal funding and moving the Department of Education to other departments. So we'll see if that happens or not. We've had some legislative visits. I just did one this week with Representative Grothman at Menominee Elementary, and that went well. So we were happy that he was able to come here and see our schools, or our school, Menominee Elementary. And that's all I've got. So our future meeting and date will be January 27th. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will now move into the agenda for public forum. Before we begin, I'd like to give a few rules of the road for this evening. And these, first of all, are the rules of civility that were put together by the Civility Project 20 years ago. Number one, pay attention, be aware, and attend to the world and the people around you. Listen, focus on others in order to better understand their viewpoints. Be inclusive, welcome all groups of citizens working for the greater good of the community. Don't gossip, don't accept it when others choose to do so. Show respect, honor other people and their opinions, especially in the midst of a disagreement. Be agreeable, look for opportunities to agree. Don't contradict just to do so. Apologize, be sincere, and repair damaged relationships. Give constructive criticism. When disagreeing, stick to the issues and don't make a personal attack. Take responsibility. Don't shift responsibility and blame onto others. Share disagreements publicly. I do want to thank everyone that sent emails, phone calls, communicated with all board members. They were welcome, they were appreciated, and they were passed along. And I want you to know how much it means to this process to have the public involved, and especially those that have a vested interest in this. There were some emails that were asked to be read at this meeting. They are not going to be read at this meeting. However, they will be included on the meeting minutes, and people that wrote those have been notified that that's what is going to happen. So I wanted to be sure to mention that. Okay. We're going to, first of all, have the agenda-related public forum. Clearly state your name, your matter of concern, limit your time of talking to 3 minutes, and please remember that specific names of district personnel cannot be used and may lead to legal liability. First speaker tonight is Christopher Carnes. We have a microphone right up here. That's a live microphone that we can hear and the community can hear. Oh, yes, and on deck are the Oshkosh West Madrigals.
Maybe if they- if they
Oh,
would stand
wait,
up.
I forgot one thing. Clapping, cheering, or booing will not be allowed in order to ensure all citizens who speak so can do so without judgment. So as we've done at other meetings, jazz hands are more than welcome. If someone is in violation of the rules that I just read, you'll receive one warning before being removed. And should the person continue to be, if the person should continue to be in violation, a 5-minute break will be called. At that time, cameras will be turned off, and the person will be escorted out of the meeting. And I don't anticipate that happening, but just to give you a heads up. Okay, Mr. Carnes, please continue. Thank you very much.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay? Okay. So hello everyone, my name is Christopher Carnes. I live in Oshkosh. I'm not here to represent anyone but myself. I'm a former school board member turned teacher who is teaching at Val Phillips this year. First off, let me say the school is awesome. We have amazing students and amazing teachers, and we are making a difference. The school report card went up 3 points, and if the state hadn't moved the goalpost, we would have met expectations, which would have been a big point of pride for our building. But it doesn't mean the growth stops there. The growth will continue. We will hit that number next year because we are doing amazing things. These new middle schools are not mega schools. They are just bigger than what we've had in the past, and they allow us to have more support staff within the buildings to be there when kids need it. That is a benefit that cannot be understated. But the main reason I'm here is because of the budget conversation. I have probably the most unique perspective of anyone here, and I'd like to share it. I guess my message here isn't as much for the board as it is for the community. We all need to do better understanding this stuff and not jumping to assumptions. I've seen an incorrect news article saying staff are being cut when it's actually positions being cut. Those two things are very different. We don't know the exact number of staff until more is figured out, and we need our local media to be better. Then I see the comments on Facebook that are just inaccurate. People either don't read the articles, don't do the research, or don't care. And maybe it's the last one. Maybe there's just people out there who want to pile on when things are negative instead of trying to find solutions to help. This is a rough, awful situation because some people, really good people, might lose their jobs, and not just for Oshkosh, but a lot of the state. At last count, 277 districts will see their state funding decrease. And if we're not in the middle of a consolidation plan, this would be way worse. The issue here is state funding is not kept up with inflation, and districts are in trouble. Also, $9 million is going to vouchers, and we have a $6 million deficit. Doesn't take a math expert to figure that out. Also, low enrollment numbers contribute, but these low enrollment numbers are also all across the state. This is not because of poor spending or because we have a few properties or other talking points that people come up with to blame. It's just not right. Some people are on Facebook trying to point out principals' informations and what they make. Principals are teachers, or were teachers, and are doing this because they want to try to help their community and kids. There's no good that can come from turning on each other. Ultimately, at the end of the day, people hurt most by this are the kids. We want to be a high-spending district that support our staff and be the leader in the area. But right now, we have real tough decisions to make. And I'm asking for everyone to be kind, do your research, stop pointing blame at each other in the buildings, at administration, at central office. We need to make sure that we are using our decisions made at the state level are having the influence that we need. We need to make sure that we are electing leaders that prioritize education. If you're going to pass Act 20, force more work on teachers, and then don't keep up with funding, you are ultimately hurting the kids at the end of the day. I have a hard time with the last piece being literacy and media specialists being cut, just because of the emphasis on literacy. But I can appreciate all of you and the decision-making that goes into this. I know I went slightly over. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have the Oshkosh West Madrigals, and on deck is Ted Williams.
Hello, everyone. We are the Oshkosh West Madrigals, and just so you all know what the plan is, we will be singing, and in the second half of the song, we will have some spoken parts over the top of it. Thank you very much. is Sam Kirschler, and we are the Oshkosh West Madrigals. Thank you for letting us sing for you today, and we hope you all have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The proposed budget cuts would mean requiring the elected teachers that direct our program to teach 6 out of 7 of the classes, compared to the 4 currently required.
Though it may seem like an easy fix to the situation at hand, in reality, it would completely overwhelm our elected teachers, and programs like the Madrigals and the musical would cease to exist.
The Madrigals work tirelessly throughout the month of December, performing at over 30 senior centers, placing worship and community events.
The goals of the Madrigals is to create future independent leaders and to foster a sense of community, which is imperative for times of unrest like these.
We hope that the school board will continue to understand our situation and continue to put the students and the community first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, thank you, Madrigals, is Ted Williams, and on deck is Aaron Quilsnell-Jobs.
I could not be more proud than to follow that. Good evening. My name is Ted C. Williams. I am the sole choir director at both Carl Traeger Middle School and South Park Middle School. I'm also the director of Traeger's Competitive Show Choir, Act 1. I'm also the director of the musicals at both Traeger and South Park. I'm also the basketball coach at both the boys and the girls 7th grade basketball teams at Traeger. Every morning, I arrive at school between 6:30 and 6:45. This isn't because I want a good amount of prep time before the school day begins, but rather I need to be at the school before the students arrive for 7 a.m. rehearsals. When the school day begins, I teach choir classes for all 3 grades at Traeger. Then in the afternoon, I drive over to South Park and teach the choir classes for all 3 grades at that school as well. After school, I'm either coaching or having additional rehearsals, or as I will be doing next week, coaching followed afterwards by rehearsals, which means my day doesn't end until 6 p.m., and that doesn't include all the other prep and everything else with that. I mention this not to complain about my job. On the contrary, I love being a teacher for Carl Traeger and South Park Middle Schools. I work with an amazing team at both schools. The music department, not only at the 2 schools I work at, but throughout the district, is the best group of professionals I have ever worked with. And I could not be more proud of what we are accomplishing and the results that we are seeing. I mention all this because this proposal is asking for the impossible, for me to add additional classes in a schedule that does not allow for me to do so. And even if I was able to, the parameters that are set around us limit the number of students I'd be able to teach. Despite all that I do, the current proposal would consider me not being a full-time teacher, which would not only result in a substantial cut in pay, but also loss of my health benefits. As a father and husband, this proposal would make it fiscally irresponsible for me to work for the school district and force me to resign from a position I desperately want to keep. If I leave, what type of candidate will accept the responsibilities I have put forth? And what candidate would also accept that position knowing that they are not considered full-time? And my situation is not unique. I am one of many amazing teachers who are being dealt with the same conundrum. The same teachers that I wanted my own son to be taught by, and the reason I enrolled for him to become a student at Carl Traeger Middle School, are also wondering if they're also being forced out. I understand that there is a budget shortfall, but in the current proposal, at best, is short-sighted with ramifications that have proven to cause more harm than good. In the proposal, it was stated that adjustments similar to what is being asked of the teachers at the administrative level were not a viable option because, quote, to ensure the retention of quality administrators and avoid turnover, which is costly and disruptive to student learning, the district must remain competitive. What quality of educators are expected to teach the children of our community if you expect them to work beyond the full pay and not compensate them such to even provide them health insurance? I'm almost done. It is my hope that given my opportunity, I will retire many years down the road being a choir teacher at Carl Traeger Middle School. South Park will be gone by then. There's no other place I would rather work. This proposal, however, is the district's way of telling me that you do not want me or many of my colleagues to be here anymore. And you would be content with providing our community's children with an inferior education. Please reconsider and vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Erin Quesnell Jobs, and on deck is Ashley Hansen.
Good evening, I'm Erin Quinnell Jobs. I'm a Spanish teacher at Oshkosh West High School. In 2023, I joined the OASD as a long-term substitute teacher to cover maternity leave. I came from the nonprofit sector with a deep desire to make a difference in the lives of students who I see as the future of our community. I walked in the door with strong content knowledge and well-developed de-escalation skills, but even with those foundations, I quickly found myself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of new, unfamiliar, and often urgent responsibilities that come with teaching. There were countless things I could not have anticipated, things only a veteran teacher would seem to know intuitively. Found myself asking endless questions. What's a 504? What's an IEP? How do I know the difference? Where do I find this information? These aren't questions that an SOP can realistically answer for a new teacher. Even perfectly written SOPs are nearly impossible to locate or absorb when you're exhausted, overwhelmed, and desperately trying to keep your head above water. I once spent over an hour clicking through folders trying to find the right procedural document. With a pile of grading in front of me, and frankly, in tears, I emailed my peer coach for help. My peer coach was the person who helped reassure me that my confusion was normal. They helped me get back on track without me staying up until 2 a.m., and that kind of help was invaluable. I don't exaggerate when I say that what I was feeling was hopelessness. I was feeling crushed by the excess of things that I felt I was supposed to do, supposed to know, and they were able to make it feel manageable again. That kind of human support cannot be replaced by a Google Drive link or an SOP. I need the board to understand this. Without the peer coach program in the OASD, we will lose more first and second year teachers. I fully recognize that we're facing a budget deficit, and I do understand that that money has to come from somewhere, but cutting peer coach positions would function only as a temporary Band-Aid, a decision that's ultimately going to cost the district more in the long run. Teacher turnover is already extraordinarily expensive. We know that recruiting, hiring, and training new teachers year after year drains both money and time. New teachers who feel unsupported, overwhelmed, or isolated are far more likely to leave. Teaching is already one of the most emotionally demanding professions that exists. It requires a tremendous amount of personal sacrifice, long hours of lesson planning, grading, and constant emotional labor to support students who rely on us. That weight feels tenfold heavier during the first couple of years, when the learning curve is steepest and the expectations are highest. What kept me from becoming one of the numbers of people who leave in the first couple of years of teaching was my peer coach. Meeting with them was what grounded me. I could share that I felt overwhelmed or underappreciated. Instead of feeling ashamed or alone, I felt seen, I felt guided, and I felt capable again. They celebrated wins with me, and they reminded me that struggling didn't mean that I was failing, it meant I was growing. Without a support system to remind us that the struggle is worth it for the kids, I can't imagine that many new teachers will make it through their first couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ashley Hansen, and on deck, Delaney Smith.
Okay, so I had originally had a full speech, and then I thought it was supposed to be under 3 minutes, so I took half of it and did it earlier today. So I'm just kind of improvising, which is never good, but I'm going to try anyway. I'm trying to clear up the biggest misunderstanding in school finance. Our budget is like a pie with 2 slices, a local slice from property taxes and a state slice from equalization aid. These 2 slices do not fight each other. When Oshkosh raises the mill rate, the local slice gets bigger, and the district has more money to work with. The state slice does not shrink because of that, and we already know that it shrinks because of declining enrollment and rising property values, both which have already happened. That's why the largest and most financial impactful solution is revisiting the long-range facilities plan. We're currently scheduled to rebuild multiple schools, consolidate others, yet enrollment projections have already shifted downward. Delaying, phasing, or scaling these projects, even by a single year, can protect millions in capital costs and reduce long-term operational spending tied to oversized facilities. Second, staffing represents roughly 80% of the Oshkosh total budget, but reductions don't have to be blunt instruments. By aligning staffing precisely with building by building enrollment, areas where we have low sections or uneven grade levels, we can reduce costs while maintaining essential student support. Precision saves money. Blanket cuts harm outcomes. Third, which might be more or just as important as the staffing, transportation remains one of the Oshkosh biggest non-instructional expenses. Because of our east-west layout and consolidation pattern, restructuring bus routes and adjusting start times can produce six-figure savings without touching a single classroom service. So addressing open enrollment is not optional. Retaining even 50 students keeps roughly $500,000 in our district each year. Retaining 100 students preserves about $1 million, and strengthening special education supports behavioral systems and communication with families directly impacts these numbers. These are practical, data-aligned solutions that acknowledge the financial reality while protecting students. Oshkosh doesn't lack options. It only lacks a willingness to pivot based on the numbers in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Delaney Smith, and on deck is James Warren.
Hello, my name is Delaney Smith. I'm a current senior at Oshkosh West High School. Obviously, I'm involved in the Madrigals. I have a lead role in our school musical. I'm an editor-in-chief of our school newspaper, and of course, a proud product of the Oshkosh Area School District. Next year, I plan to pursue a degree in music education. I can tell you that in just 4 years, working under some of the most incredible and hardworking elective educators, that putting more pressure on these teachers would mean programs that helped me and many other students to succeed would cease to exist. Requiring all elective educators to teach 6 out of 7 classes per day would drastically reduce the number of opportunities for students to succeed. Our community and the school board should work together to find better solutions for the future of our students and our school district. Electives and extracurriculars are no longer just fun classes for students to take. Rather, they are imperative for students to achieve an affordable higher education and to decide future career paths. For students like me who rely on merit aid and scholarships to afford higher education, extracurriculars and electives help individualize and strengthen my application. According to a U.S. News article, former Director of Admissions at USC, James Fisher, explains that extracurriculars play an important role in helping admissions officers understand the qualitative skills an applicant may bring to campus. These days, having a great GPA and ACT score simply aren't enough to stand out. That's where electives come to play. Elective classes are imperative for all students, especially those considering trade school or the workforce after graduation. Many students, like my older brother, utilized electives like woodworking, auto mechanics, and some even the School to Work program to decide what trade they wanted to study after graduation. The School to Work program, according to the OASD website, gives students the opportunity to work in a manufacturing setting, gaining experience while on track to graduate. Student testimonials rave that the School to Work program is the best way to dive into the life of a manufacturer. However, under the proposed budget cuts, the School to Work program position would be eliminated. Without these vital elective courses, our student body is at a severe disadvantage to acquire higher education and to complete preparation for a career after graduation. The OASD motto is building community through education. However, these proposed budget cuts will gut the arts, harm special education, and make attaining a career in the trades or the workforce more difficult after graduation. I know the school board has some incredibly difficult decisions to make, and at the end of the day, something needs to be cut. I urge our community to think about the electives that determine the success of our students as more than just an easy fix to the $6 million deficit that the students and teachers being disadvantaged did not cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have James Warren, and on deck is Shivert?
All right, James Warren, I'm a fifth grade teacher here in Oshkosh. I'm speaking on behalf of the Oshkosh Education Association. Throughout this budget cut process, we asked the school board and school district for 3 key items. Transparency throughout the process, which may mean to slow down the suggested timeline for the proposed cuts. Number 2, we asked for open conversations about solutions that would reduce the number of cuts for educators. Number 3, OEA wants to restore our recall rights. Back to number 1, transparency is key. In previous administrations, Oshkosh has needed to cut educators only to have a surplus the following year. These numbers are projections, and we worry a quick timeline could lead to miscues. Number 2, solutions for reducing the number of education cuts can be put into 2 categories, short-term and long-term. Some short-term solutions would be to sell district land that we have no plans to use. Another short-term solution is to not increase our fund balance by adding another $1.5 million to it. District policy is to have 12% of our budget in the fund balance, so the school board would need to review that policy. A short-term solution and long-term solution would be to have the state pay districts the 42% for special education that state legislators agreed to in the last budget. The state is still only paying 35% instead of the 42%. This is costing Oshkosh $1.9 million alone just for this year. We need our community and others around the state to demand this money for our students. A new bill was introduced just this week to hopefully address this problem. Number 3, OEA wants our recall rights restored. With having budget cuts, educators who get cut have no rights to be contacted by the district when later on jobs may become vacant. We want your help to put these rights back in place during these difficult times. Some positions that we've heard concerns about were driver's ed, elementary reading teachers, media specialists, and the cutting of the elective teachers. We worry that the proposal for elective teachers to have to teach 6 out of 7 periods could divide staffs and would not be what's best for students. One example how we can work through this together would be to use some of the money from the mentioned solutions or other solutions that you might have so that we do not need to have elective teachers be cut by an estimated 23 positions for the next school year. The following year after that, 2027-28, secondary schools could plan for long-term savings by moving to block scheduling. This is an example of short-term and long-term that could help keep staffs united to help serve our students at our current levels. OEA is ready to work with the school board and the school district through these upcoming decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Catherine Shivert, and on deck, is it Michael Hotter? Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Shivert. I am currently a sophomore at Oshkosh West High School, and this is my 5th year in the Oshkosh Area School District. I am heavily involved in both music classes and extracurriculars. I'm in my 4th year of Spanish, and I'm an editor for the award-winning newspaper, the Oshkosh West Index, offered through the Journalism 2 course. The opportunities this district has provided have helped me grow into a creative individual and a critical thinker. It is very concerning to me that there is only one plan being offered to the school board regarding the current financial deficit. The elective teachers being targeted in this plan often teach up to 4 different classes over the course of one school day. This much planning requires more prep time than the average core teacher. Performing arts teachers are also obligated to cultivate new curricular materials and unit plans every year, tailored to the strengths and needs of that particular ensemble that ensure diverse performance opportunities for students, as well as enjoyable experiences for community audiences. Adding an additional period of teaching to elective teachers, therefore removing an hour of planning time without a pay increase, will undoubtedly have negative effects on students. Teachers already spread thin will lose all additional time needed to keep classrooms positive, exciting, and welcoming environments for their students. Additionally, this denies teachers the opportunity to plan and execute extracurricular opportunities in their fields that contribute to a comprehensive educational experience. Over the course of the past 4 years in this district, I have taken advantage of extracurriculars, including the Carl Traeger Middle School Polka Dots, Jazz Band and Show Choir, the Oshkosh West Madrigals, and a variety of school musicals, all run by amazing elective teachers. I cannot imagine being the person I am today without these experiences. These elective classes and these elective teachers turn young people into creative, well-rounded, unique adults once they enter into the world. The proposed elective teacher cuts not only hurt those taking elective classes for the tight-knit communities they find and unique experiences, but severely hinder students going into art, music, language, agriculture, culinary, journalism, and media-related fields. I would like to remind you of the mission that the Oshkosh Area School District advertises to the public. We will enrich our community by supporting our students to lead creative and empowered lives. Proposing teacher cuts to only elective teachers will greatly negate enriching our students and community, and instead will provide more reasons for the declining enrollment in our district. I urge you to find other ways to address the budget shortfall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Hodder, and on deck is Jean Erdman.
I just want to start this off by saying I am in no way qualified or an expert in budget or the school district or in any matters like that. But I do want to say that I think there's a lot of focus on the teachers, but there should also be a lot of focus on how these budget cuts will affect the students. I'm a senior at Oshkosh West, but I'm also a brother to two students who are in the lower grades and who will soon be in a position where I am. And I struggle and I am concerned that they one day will not be granted the opportunities I have. I come to school every day with a very rigorous class schedule, and the electives that I take are what provide me an escape from the difficulties and the challenges of school. I've experienced many elective classes and many amazing elective teachers throughout my time in the district, and they are the people who I find myself closest to and enjoying their classes the most. They're a chance for me to unwind from a long day of school, a long night of homework, or an overnighter doing an essay. I'm worried that with these proposed budget cuts and with having elective teachers teach 6 out of 7 classes, they will not be able to have the time required to provide the meaningful and high-quality education that I have received. And I'm worried that this is what my brothers will come into. I have an amazing orchestra teacher, and I have amazing extra curricular teachers. I have amazing elective teachers. But I've seen firsthand how overworked and overloaded these teachers are. And just comparing the teachers and the elective teachers from who are overworked and to those who work less, and it's devastating to see these teachers who are incredibly passionate about their work and who care about teaching and the students themselves not have the opportunities to. I have a teacher who goes from west and they go to north and they go back and forth, and they, out of all my elective teachers, it's clear that they are not given the time and they work too much and they're not able to give the students and me and my brothers what they are required to and what they need to give. I'm worried that with these cuts and with requiring teachers to teach 6 out of 7 classes, they will not be able to give the students the one-on-one time that they deserve and that is required for a healthy and flourishing community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jean Erdman, and on deck is Aria Bowler.
Hi, my name is Jean Erdman. I want to speak about keeping the community engagement position. I also work I'm retired, but I work as a volunteer at Menominee Elementary, and my paths have crossed with this position. There are 4 responsibilities to the position, and I want to point out that all of those tasks will probably be lost if the position is not continued. The first one is coaching and collaboration, and basically what that means in terms of how it's playing out is that we have policies in place, but they're not always applied to everybody the same. There's a little too much of, is somebody afraid that the parents are going to complain and things like that, who you know sometimes, whether or not you're white sometimes. So the point of this position and the coaching that this person does in this community engagement position is to make things more fair, to make sure that the policies are enacted the same for everybody and that everybody is reached out to and nobody is overlooked. The second part is community engagement. I think highly of this district, but I do feel that community engagement has been a really strong weakness that we don't have the average amount. I know the superintendent is doing something with that this year with coaching 30 people about becoming more involved. But this is a quarter of this job, and I see all kinds of new credibility in my role as a volunteer at Menominee, where I just happened to see it, new credibility among kids and among parents and among students because of this. New credibility that, yeah, it is really worth my while to make my brain work really hard, even if I don't think I can do it. Okay? The third part of the job is data analysis and culture. The data analysis often has to be done for state reports. Somebody's going to have to do it anyway. Nobody else has time. And it's been done, in my judgment, well by this particular position. It fits well into the position. And the last part is working directly with students. And I have seen this position allow time to work with some of the most difficult students. Believe it or not, they may be first graders and little ones. But, and to be a role model for others in terms of bringing a new level of skill to working with children of color. Please continue this position. I also have a word for the school board. I would ask you to shift your time frame. Often it's very tempting and very demanding being on the board to have a very short attention span for how long you're going to give a position a chance. I think that's a mistake. I think that's how we don't make progress over time. You start something and you don't give it any time. So I really encourage you not to cut this position. I think it would be good for all the kids if you didn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next up, Aria Bowler, and on deck is William, starts with an A. There we go, thank you.
Hello, my name is Aria Bowler, and I am a senior at Oshkosh West. As the district considers plans to correct its budget deficit, I hope it will consider a few crucial questions. How does the district plan to support the roughly 60% of its student body that is not at a proficient reading level on state standardized testing when it plans to cut 6.2 FTE positions for literacy instructional support teachers? When it is cutting funding for art and music education that culminates in award-winning shows and jeopardizing student publications and drama programs that teach students problem-solving, social, and leadership skills, how does the district plan to attract parents who want their children to have access to these educational opportunities, especially as it is easy to open and enroll in other districts? What message does it send to the talented teachers in any subject who might consider coming to Oshkosh when the district's first reaction to budget challenges is to increase the workload for elective teachers, assuming they are not one of the 23 whose positions are eliminated? What message does it send to students who struggle to find belonging at school when the Director for Community Engagement and Equity's position is eliminated, or when the extracurricular programs where those students can establish relationships, express their identity, and find mentors are threatened? How do sports programs promote students' development of lifelong curiosity and critical thinking so much more than arts extracurriculars that there are no proposals that affect funding to athletics? Why does the district prefer elimination of teachers, human resource specialists, and curriculum coordinators to furloughs or other measures that would place a share of the coming financial burden on its highest earning administrators? What does it indicate about the district's willingness to stand up for my and my peers' futures when it does not make a case to the people of the city that it needs their support as constituents of the state legislature, which could be petitioned for funding needed to, at a bare minimum, keep pace with inflation? Finally, I ask the members of the board why they chose to be in their position leading Oshkosh's educational system and whether the proposals they are considering today or at any point in the future align with their values. I understand that resolving the budget issues will be no easy task and that cuts made to positions or programs in any area will be a sacrifice. However, I ask the board and the district to carefully consider the potential impacts of its actions and to bear in mind that it is not in the business of producing diplomas, but of educating students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, William, and on deck is Isaac Constantine Bilo.
Hello, my name is William Amel, and I'm a senior at Oshkosh West. The proposed budget cuts
are going to affect teachers' workload extremely badly. And I think I have a unique perspective on this because I had a mother who worked in the Appleton School District when it went through a different budget cut that is extremely similar to this. My mother had an increased workload, and when that happened, she became unable to provide the time to meet with students and address their needs, and it ended up in a situation where she felt so stressed within the work she had to do for her elective job that she ended up having to leave the teaching profession. And I believe that's what's going to happen to the elective teachers of this district if the proposed change to 6 out of the 7 hours of the day go through. Extracurriculars are often led by these elective teachers because they have the time to do them. So by taking away these elective teachers' part-time roles, they will not be able to as effectively bring about extracurriculars that help students build community within the district. And if we lose those extracurriculars, like many of my former speakers have said, it's going to lead to more difficulty applying to college and lose the things that bring people into this community. If we want to keep bringing people into this community, going and slashing elective courses and the arts is not a good way to do it. If we want to continue to bring people in, and I imagine that we do, this budget proposal will be a short-term solution, and we need to foster an environment that brings back students that are open enrolling into the district and bring new students in. And the budget situation is only going to make it worse by exacerbating the workload on these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Up now is Isaac Constantine Bilo, and on deck is Michelle Jones.
Hello, my name is Isaac Constantine Bulow, and I'm a junior at Oshkosh West High School. Greetings, school board members, and thank you for your time here today. It goes without saying that $6 million in budget cuts is going to be tough for everyone in the district to stomach, but the brunt is going to be felt by students and teachers who already have to make do with precious little resources. K-12 teachers are the most hardworking people in the world, and yet, as much as we don't like to face it, some of the most underpaid. I know firsthand from my mom, who is a professor, mind you, that the job of teaching doesn't end with the school bell. The constant grading, preparing, and even more grading leads to teachers pulling consistent 50-hour work weeks, even more if they are taking on additional responsibilities. All of that causes unprecedented rates of stress and burnout. Still, if I ask my teachers whether or not they like their job, they say they'd never want to do anything else, because teachers love helping and educating their students. Some even take it a step further to become coaches and advisors in order to support the essential development of skills outside of the classroom. Thankfully, in order to reward that, advisors are given a slight reprieve in their course load to supervise these activities. The most pertinent to me personally are the drama program and the school newspaper. Keep in mind, these are not bonuses given out to teachers for taking on less work. They are the equivalent for taking on responsibilities equal to teaching a class. Without these releases, many teachers would be unable to manage these programs due to financial and time-related reasons, and it is unrealistic to expect them to. Therefore, the removal of the release essentially constitutes a removal or at least a dramatic reduction of the program. It goes without saying that cutting any activity students participate in will have ramifications on those students. But let me speak to how valuable journalism and drama are to our district and to me personally. The reason teachers get releases is because they are doing the equivalent of teaching a class. However, I have learned more from my time being a school newspaper editor and being in the school play than I have learned from any class in my entire academic career. Acting, speaking, and writing are abilities that we, as students and future members of the community, take into the real world to make changes and speak for what we believe in, just as I am doing right now. It would be ridiculous for me to expect nothing to change in light of a $6 million cut. But what I don't want to change, and what would only hurt the district more, is any reduction of the valuable opportunities students receive from these activities. So please, school board members, recognize the hard work teachers put in every day by maintaining the 0.2 FTE. In turn, maintaining the education of our district students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Michelle Jones, and on deck is Amaya Thomas.
Hi, I'm a Spanish teacher at Traeger Middle School. I'm writing this with a level of frustration and anger I haven't felt in my 24 years of teaching in this district. I've spent my entire life connected to these schools, first as a student myself, then as a parent of children who are educated here, and as part of a family that has lived, learned, and served in this community for generations. This district has always been a source of pride for me, but in the last few years, and especially with your most recent decisions, that pride has been replaced with disappointment and disbelief. Eliminating teaching positions and raising class sizes while insisting we are all in this together and students first is not just contradictory, it's insulting. It is a slap in the face to every teacher who shows up every day to do the work that no administrator has to do. Manage a room full of students, meet their academic and emotional needs, juggle changing expectations, and absorb every new initiative. And to make these cuts while administration seemingly takes no reduction in pay, positions, or workload seems to send a very clear message that those closest to students are the ones easiest to sacrifice. Over the years, I've done everything this district has asked of me. I've taught fewer classes when cuts needed to be made. I've traveled between schools. I've taken on extra classes, adapted to endless curriculum changes, stayed late, stepped in, coached, supervised, chaperoned 4-day overnight language field trips for years. I have remained engaged because the students deserve that. They are family to me. I absolutely love teaching, and I especially love teaching middle school kids. It is my passion. I am so thankful for having been able to find a career that fulfills me, one I know I was meant to do. But do not mistake my commitment to students for acceptance of what is happening. I am so angry. Teachers are angry. We are tired of being stretched thin while being told to do more with less, all while those making the decisions are seemingly untouched by consequences. I'm not only angry as a teacher, but as a parent, a taxpayer, and member of this community. In all my years teaching, the number one thing that consistently harms student learning is large class sizes. No curriculum tweak, no new program, no data initiative comes close. Nothing impacts students more negatively than overcrowded classrooms. With these cuts, large class sizes are not just possible, they are inevitable, and you are choosing that outcome for our students. Despite my anger, I will keep doing what I've always done, show up for the students in front of me. They are not responsible for these choices, but whether you want to admit it or not, students will suffer. Teachers who have been pushed past their limits will not be able or willing to continue doing all the extras that have quietly held this district together for years. We really won't be all in this together, nor will students come first. The division these decisions create is real, and the damage will not be easily undone. This district used to value teachers, it used to value community history, relationships, and the people who gave their lives to these schools. Now it feels like those values have been abandoned. It feels more like a business. I hope you understand the message you are sending not only to teachers, but to students, families, and the entire community. What is being proposed is not just a budget decision, it is a statement of priorities, and right now those priorities are deeply disappointing. This proposal cannot be the only best option. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Amaya Thomas, and on deck is Micah Trodell.
Hello, my name is Amia Thomas, and I'm a senior at Oshkosh West. It truly saddens me that the Director of Community Engagement and Equity position is being cut due to budget issues. This feels like a jab straight to the heart. I came to Oshkosh in 4th grade, and I had never experienced the things that I went through here. I was excluded, racially profiled, and stereotyped. All of this happening to a 9-year-old child. And it wasn't just me. I've watched it happen to so many other black and brown kids in the district. And I sat and watched the Oshkosh Area School District do nothing time and time again to prevent this from happening. For years, my family and I reported the mistreatment. We went to the school board over and over again, but nothing was done. Every feeling, every word, every tear was brushed off. I was told I was too sensitive. When I was called the N-word for the first time in 5th grade, I was told, the N-word is just a word, Amia. You're too sensitive. Those were the words said to a child. As I grew up, the experiences didn't change. The passive-aggressive comments from peers and even teachers, the stereotypes, the feeling of being unseen, it all continued. But then, my sophomore year, something shifted. The district announced they were hiring not one, but 2 African American men into the leadership. My heart finally filled with hope. The director of community engagement and equity worked in multiple schools and in the community, making students like me feel validated for the first time ever. They made people like me feel seen and heard. This position have changed the lives of many Black and brown students in the school district and even in the community. They've shown us that we can achieve anything, that our voices matter, and that our experiences are real. Losing this role isn't just losing a job, it's losing our protection, our representation, and our hope for so many kids who's in need. I truly hope our community and the district school board can come together to save this position for our children and the younger generations coming after us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaking now is Micah Trodell, and on deck is Jeffrey Watts.
Hello, my name is Micah Trodell, and I am here to comment on the cut of the Director of Community Engagement and Equity position. So the first thing that I'd like to highlight is through my high school career, I have been in the district when there both was and wasn't a Director of Community Engagement and Equity. And the big piece about that is that I've seen a stark difference in the opportunity provided to not only minority students, which is a big part of that, but to all students, right? So as a Director of Community Engagement, part of that role is to provide opportunity for students with businesses in the community and different programs that are being ran. But that equity piece has allowed students that look like me to have a lot more opportunity, right? So whether that be the strengthening of the relationship with Fox Valley Tech, or to be on college campuses for the first time, or things like MLK Day, the MLK Day celebration last year, which centered around students being involved. Now, this also ties into academic achievement data, right? Which is something that, as a board, I would assume you're very concerned with. Your Black and brown students are some of the lowest scoring students in our district and in our state overall. Why are we choosing to cut the one position whose job is to focus on that? To me, that sounds like it's no longer a priority and that we're shifting our focus back to other things. And that's not to say that anything else is less important or that other concerns aren't important, but it is important that that is a priority within our district. Now, like the person before me has stated, a lot of bad things do happen to minority students in our district, right? And the Director of Community Engagement and Equity's role is to advocate for those students. It's one of the only people in our district whose job is to advocate for those students. So I don't know how many of you had situations in school that felt like this shouldn't have happened to you and you didn't feel like you had a voice, but in those circumstances, it is crucial that you have somebody who does have a voice, who's able to speak for you. And that's what this position is able to serve as for us as students and for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Watts, and on deck, Ellen Anderson.
I'm a lot shorter than him. 1 second. He's a big dude. Okay, here we go. Okay. Ready? Hello. Ooh, there you go. The board has a fiduciary responsibility to lead, not simply react. And leadership starts with acknowledging reality. Our district's revenue is less than its expenses. That isn't ideological. It isn't partisan. It's basic math, and math requires solution. Yes, the decisions we face are difficult, but the difficult decisions are exactly why every one of you were elected. Members of the Education Committee, Finance and Facilities Committee have a responsibility to work with administration, not merely support or oppose recommendations placed before them. Our role is to question, analyze, innovate, and help craft long-term strategies that stabilize the district and position us for the future. Oshkosh is at an important and inevitable turning point. A decade of kicking the can down the road, as they say, has finally caught up to us. We cannot afford paralysis, fear, or political grandstanding. Structural deficits don't fix themselves. They require vision, courage, and collaboration. But leadership is not only fiscal, it is relational. Community engagement must remain a central pillar of our district. When families, teachers, staff, students, and community members are part of the conversation, we We gain valuable insight that data alone cannot provide. Engagement builds trust. It builds a shared ownership, and it creates solutions that reflect the real needs of the people that you serve. That's us. Weakening or removing community engagement at a time like this would damage that trust when we need it most. Our future depends on open forums, advisory groups, surveys, transparency, and honest conversations. When the community participates, they don't just accept decisions, they help shape them. And even in the midst of these challenges, we must not overlook the good. Progress is happening. Literacy is improving. Students, including ELO learners and those who have historically struggled, are making real measurable gains. Many of our high-achieving groups are performing above state average, and these improvements did not happen by accident. They are the result of dedicated work from teachers, administrators, families, and staff who refuse to give up on our kids. But progress doesn't mean our work is done. It means our work is finally moving in the right direction. We have momentum, and momentum is something worth protecting. We owe it to our students, especially those that are still climbing. We owe it to the families who depend on stable, forward-thinking district. That's you. We owe it to taxpayers. We expect responsible stewardship and real leadership, and we owe it to the community. A community that wants to be involved, wants to participate, and wants to help build the future of OASD. This is our moment to rise to the occasion, to work together, to keep our community engaged, and to make decisions that prepare Oshkosh not just for next year, but for the next generation. Let this be the turning point where the board chooses courage, collaboration, accountability, and community partnership and leads our district towards a stronger, brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ellen Anderson, and on deck, Emily Heidemann.
Good evening. I've heard from a lot of students this evening and a lot of teachers. I'm just a community member, and I'm very active in the community. I was raised here in Oshkosh. I went to the school system. My daughter went to the school system. So I'm interested as a community member wanting to understand the recommendations that have been proposed. So I read your document, and I'm shocked at all the things that were missing from this document. I searched for the analysis, and I really couldn't find things. I wanted to know, how are the students going to be impacted by the staffing changes that are proposed? But I first also had to understand the lingo. And I'm sorry, I came from the financial services industry, and I didn't understand some of the lingo or the terminology that was used. So, for example, what do peer coaches do? And how do they support the students? And if we don't have peer coaches anymore, what's the impact of those students? And I couldn't find one word of analysis in this list that told me that answer, or gave me any confidence that the board was making decisions here with a large amount of really good analysis. I couldn't find it. Literacy, I'm with the Altrusa group here in Oshkosh, and literacy is a big thing for us. We support it with a lot of dollars and activities, and I saw that an instructional support person is going to be eliminated. And I'm thinking, we don't want our students to read? And I also saw that there were positions in the media center being eliminated. Isn't that where literacy happens? So how does that impact the students? And I looked again in this document, and I couldn't find an analysis that told me how things were really being looked at from how the students are going to be impacted. So I'm sorry, I don't think this document gives me enough information as a community member to say you've done a good job of convincing me that you know what you're doing. I don't see it here. I think you need to go back to the drawing board, and I'd like to see some more analysis, and certainly the community deserves better. Thank you.
Ellen, stick around because it's coming tonight. Emily Heidemann, and on deck is Beth, is it Schabel? SCH, I don't know, AEK? Shack? Okay, well, we'll get to that when we get there. Emily Heidemann.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for your time. I'm Emily Heidemann, Library Media Specialist at Val Phillips Middle School and Oakwood Elementary School. I'm also a mother of 2 students that go to Carl Traeger Elementary. I'm asking you to reject the proposal to cut our licensed media specialists from 8 to 3. This would harm student learning, weaken teacher support, and undermine the district's own priorities. We hear often from the district that we must put students first, but by removing licensed media specialists, that does the opposite. We are central to growing reading, digital citizenship, equity, post-secondary readiness, and safe learning environments, the very areas named in our key performance indicators. One of our major KPIs is reading proficiency. Students make gains when they have regular access to high-quality books and skilled guidance. Research is consistent. Schools with full-time certified librarians see significantly higher reading and math scores across income levels. Digital literacy is another essential skill for career readiness. Students must know how to evaluate sources, use databases, avoid plagiarism, and stay safe online. Without licensed media specialists, this instruction becomes inconsistent or disappears entirely. The predictable results are more misuse of devices, higher Chromebook loss and repair costs, and fewer students prepared for the digital world. Cutting these positions does not save money, it shifts costs elsewhere. We also serve as instructional partners and technology coaches. We co-teach research lessons, support digital tools, and curate meaningful texts. In fact, one of the devices you're using for this meeting today was purchased and curated by media specialists. Students will, students will receive fewer research lessons, less digital citizenship instruction, reduced access to library programming, directly undermining the district's goals in literacy, engagement, and digital readiness. At Val Phillips, the impact would be especially severe. When the school lacked a media specialist before my hiring, Chromebook loss and damage were extremely high. Since implementing consistent instruction and support, those numbers have dropped. Eliminating this position would reverse that progress. The library is also a safe, stabilizing space for students to rely on. They rely on their librarian for academic help, mentorship, and belonging. I urge you to reject the current proposal and adopt a compromise of, we recognize the district's financial challenges, but cutting from 8 to 3 is not a compromise. It dismantles a critical program. We suggest, as a media team, perhaps a true compromise would be maintaining 7 positions and just not rehiring for the 1 retirement that we have at South Park Middle School. This would create savings and would preserve essential student support. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Schlack, we'll go with that. Yes? No? Okay. We will move on to Michelle Kuhl. And on deck would be Adam Ahrens.
Hi, I'm Michelle Kuhl. I hope there's not a rule against double dipping because I spoke at the listening session, but I'll just go again. So I'm Michelle Kuhl. I moved here from another state. I grew up in North Carolina where my mom was a kindergarten teacher. My dad was a professor at a college. I am now a professor at UWO. I say now, although I've been there 20 years. And so I have 2 kids. One graduated from Oshkosh North in 2020, and the other is currently a senior at Oshkosh North, and they both went to OASD from kindergarten all the way through. And so I have 2 points I want to make. One is I hope this is not a farce. I've been to a lot of meetings at the university where we're told they're getting feedback and they're collaborating and this is a collaborative decision, and it is not. I hope the decision is not already made. I've listened in awe to the amazing students and teachers who have come here and testified, and I hope you are listening too. And you are willing to, in the same way you're going to change the dining and the gyms at the proposed schools, that you are willing to go back to the drawing board and change the budget. I spoke before about how in the 20 years I've been here in Oshkosh, I have heard many people at the university, people who are coming in, who are moving from other states to be at the university and wondering where should they live, where should their kids go to school. These are the people who are the most ambitious about the academic achievements of their children, and many of them say, don't live in Oshkosh, live in Appleton, go to better schools, or if you live in Oshkosh, take them to Lourdes or somewhere else. But one of the best arguments that me and other people can make to say, live in Oshkosh, send your kids to the public schools, is that the arts and electives are amazing. And this is a really strong argument. I am just impressed at my children and their experience that they had, and all of the amazing students that we've seen here, and all of the hardworking teachers. As a child of a teacher, of two teachers, as a teacher myself, and as someone who's seen my kids thrive in the public schools, I know, and as someone who sees throughout my classes a number of education majors who end up in the public schools here and other places, not one person goes into teaching for money. We all know the dirty secret of education. It rests on teachers overworking themselves, and the more conscientious a teacher is, the more they participate in their own exploitation. Let's not exploit them further. Let's keep the arts. Let's keep what makes this place amazing. Please find another solution. I believe in you. I know you can do it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Adam Aarons, and on deck is Eli Maloney.
Good evening, my name is Adam Aarons, and I'm speaking tonight out of deep concern for both the future of this district and the financial decisions being presented. The proposed reduction plan feels rushed, unbalanced, and far too heavily weighted on the shoulders of teachers and students. From the public statements released this week, we know that board members were not given adequate time or information before the proposal was made public. We also know that some board members expressed concerns about communication, transparency, and the lack of a long-term strategic plan. As a parent, I share those concerns. This deficit did not appear overnight, and yet the solutions being offered feel reactive rather than strategic. We cannot keep repeating this cycle: overspending, deficit cutting, teachers harming students, declining achievement, declining enrollment, and then even deeper cuts. If we keep cutting the very people who deliver instruction, this district will never recover. Before a single teacher is cut, the community deserves to see a complete audit of administrative spending, not just titles, but duties, outcomes, redundancies, and whether positions are mission critical. A full review of every non-essential budget category, including central office services, contracted vendors, consultants, and discretionary spending. Evidence that the district has exhausted every possible saving measure outside the classroom. One of your fellow board members stated that if things are going to look and feel different for students and frontline teachers, then they must also look and feel different for district level administration. Parents agree wholeheartedly. We are not asking for miracles. We understand that $6 million is a large gap, but cutting teachers is not sustainable or responsible plan. When you eliminate teachers, you eliminate course offerings, personalized instruction, academic interventions, extracurricular opportunities, and stability. Our kids will feel the loss immediately and profoundly. Meanwhile, administration decisions made at the top, often without teacher or community input, rarely feel the consequences of these cuts. That is not shared sacrifice, that is misplaced sacrifice. Board members, I'm asking you, do not accept a proposal that reduces educators before it reduces bureaucracy. Do not accept a plan that harms the student experience before it trims non-essential spending. Do not vote for cuts that contradict the very principles many of you publicly stated this week. Students first, strategic and sustainable, and at least possible direct impact on students. Parents, taxpayers, and staff are watching closely. We want a board that protects classrooms first. We want leadership that is transparent, data-driven, and fiscally accountable. And most of all, we want decisions that prioritize children, not convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Eli Maloney, and on deck is Sam Kushner.
Good evening. I am Eli Maloney, a current junior at Oshkosh West High School. No student wants to feel that their future is threatened by a cut to the budget of the school district. We know that this cut will definitively cause teachers to leave this district, leading to less extracurriculars offered within the classroom. Now, some of these I have taken myself, such as the metal shop. The metal shop has offered a great sense of community I would not have achieved without taking said classes. They also prepare students directly for jobs in the trades, which are desperately needed in today's society. And they provide alternatives to students who do not want to go to college, which will help the workforce in the future in creating a stronger community around us. Along with the metal shop, I have also participated in the Oshkosh West Jazz Band. This jazz band acts as a stress relief for myself and many other students. Many academic classes cause great stress upon students that everyone will feel. Everybody agrees that they cause great stress. Without the jazz band, I would not have found my passion for bass playing, which offers a relief from said stress. Also, these elective classes directly play into the core classes offered at schooling. For example, in the metal shop, I cut many metal squares to help the chemistry class out with various experiments, and without that, they would have had to pay someone to cut all of the metal. Overall, I would like to say that the inevitable cutting of electives will lead to students not participating in school, not looking forward to school, and overall feeling unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Kushner, and on deck, Bob Dahl.
He is not here.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Bob Dahl. And on deck, Mallory Schneider-Birschbach.
Bob's not here.
No Bob? Okay, Mallory. And on deck, Brad Schoening.
Good evening. My name is Mallory Schneider-Birschbach. I'm from the city of Oshkosh. Tonight, I'm speaking in regards to our district's deficit. First, let me quote the Wisconsin State Constitution. The legislature shall provide by law for the establishment of district schools, which shall be as nearly uniform as practicable, and such schools shall be free and without charge for tuition to all children between the ages of 4 and 20 years. I'm referring to the state constitution because I don't know if enough people realize one of the biggest reasons why we as a community are in this position today. There are a variety of reasons, and I only have 3 minutes to talk, so let me try to quickly explain what we as individuals, including the board, everyone that's in this room, in the community at large, need to do. And instead of, we need to collectively do to help address school funding, and instead of tearing each other apart, further dividing this community. We all need to own this. I ask everyone to take the time in the next day or two to call or email your state representative and state senator and tell them that the state legislature is not fulfilling their duties to ensure a nearly uniform public education to our children. Remember, public schools must serve all students. So number 1, tell them to increase the revenue limit and new spendable aid. And number 2, tell them to close the special education funding gap. Yes, I realize our enrollment has declined, but money for our public education has not kept up with inflation. Our school district has more diverse needs that require money for additional support and resources. Local taxpayers end up having to make up this difference. We cannot continue on this path of asking our educators and support staff to do more with less. We've been doing this for well over a decade, and here we are. Our staff and students deserve better. Taxpayers deserve better. Let's come together and start demanding our state legislature do its job to help everyone. Enough with the partisan agendas and more giving back and helping Wisconsinites. Remember, it's their constitutional duty. And if the state legislature is not willing to listen to constituents, maybe it's time for them to lose their jobs and not be reelected. I know this isn't an immediate solution, but together we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker on the agenda-related public forum is Brad Shaning.
Hello, I'm Brad Shaning. I'm here on behalf of the NTA, and just want to say I was lucky enough to help open up Val Phillips, which was an awesome school, and I'm glad we're getting new schools and additions. But with that, it takes maintenance guys, and we have a very small maintenance crew to take care of these buildings and additions. And I guess I would just ask that you maybe look at a different way of getting that money out rather than a maintenance person. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Oh, and by the way, I apologize for my punctuation on my email. It's terrible. So sorry for that.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to non-agenda related public forum. We have two speakers this evening. Gene Erdman is up first, and Jeff Watts is on deck. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Watts.
Man, you gotta tell me who your tailor is. All right. All right, ready? Who's got that button? Good evening, my name is Jeffrey Watts, and I am running for Oshkosh Area School Board in the coming year. I'm running for that board because our kids deserve a district where every child, every single one, feels safe and supported and seen. I didn't grow up in stability. I actually grew up in boys' homes, over 30 of them, and I know exactly what it feels like to be a kid without a voice. The kid people overlook, the kid who slips through the cracks, others never even notice. And now, as a father and a college student who still uses disability services myself, I've experienced our education system from every angle. As a struggling student, a parent, and someone working hard every single day to overcome those challenges. Now, recently, I've watched bullying tear kids down. I've seen special education students getting labeled instead of lifted. And recently, I had to guide my own son through racial innuendos and mistakes. A painful reminder that racism doesn't start in schools, but schools are where we must stop it. But here is a concern that we cannot ignore. The district is now considering cutting the community and equity program role, the very position designed to address bullying, discrimination, racial tensions, and gaps in student support. This isn't just a budget line, okay? It's a lifeline for numerous families, for our entire community. It's a position that gives students, especially vulnerable ones, someone in their corner, someone who bridges the communication between teachers, parents, and the district, someone who prevents small issues from becoming bigger ones, like you guys getting sued. When a district considers cutting roles like this, it's a warning sign. It tells us we must be protective, not reactive. And it proves exactly why community engagement is not optional, it is essential. When families are disconnected, kids suffer. When communication breaks down, frustration rises. When equity efforts are minimized, the students who need the most support lose the most. My lived experiences have taught me this. Systems only succeed when communities are part of the process, and they fail when communities are shut out. We need board members who understand struggle firsthand. Board members who know what it means when a child doesn't feel protected or supported. Board members who will defend programs that help kids instead of letting them quietly be removed. That is why I'm running, because I believe Oshkosh can be better than its challenges. I believe in a district where special ed is strengthened, where bullying is addressed early and consistently, where diversity is respected, and where every student, whether soaring or struggling, knows they matter. My life taught me one thing above all else. Kids don't need perfect systems. They need people who refuse to give up on them and communities that stand together for them. That's the leader that I intend to be, and that I hope some of you will also take to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to commend this group for being so polite, so gracious, and offering such great suggestions. So back at you.
Can I also just say, if you feel free to send us your written comments and email too, just so if we miss stuff.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now go to our workshops. The first one is the district report card. Dr. Coleman.
Good evening to the board and to our visitors and guests. It's my honor tonight to share insights on the district's achievement according to the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction's school and district report card ratings. I provide this conversation against the backdrop of our district's vision, mission, core values, and guiding principle. And also just to provide some parameters for this discussion, this conversation or report on our school district's report card falls under our key performance indicator under learning and academics. The Department of Public Instruction produces annual report cards for every publicly funded school district in Wisconsin, and they do this as a part of the state's accountability system. We measure this and we find this information to be important to us because the district and school report card includes data on multiple indicators over multiple years across 4 priority areas, those being student achievement, growth, target group outcomes, and on track to graduation and post-secondary success. The publicly shared report card rating is an indicator of overall student achievement and engagement. Our report card rating from the 2024-2025 school year was a 71.3, and this represents an increase from by 1.6 from the 2023-2024 rating that was 68.7. This increase also then moves the key performance indicator star rating from 3 stars to 4. There are a couple of changes that are important to acknowledge on this school district report card. There are new score ranges, and those score ranges also are the result of recommendations provided to the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction that included a group of representatives, more than 24 of those individuals, and they provided input to provide restructuring to those performance expectations. The following score updates took effect in the 2024-2025 report card period. So there were 2 years of achievement data. There was no 2023-2024 scale adjustment, and then there was an update to the norming. There are some celebrations to acknowledge, one being that the Oshkosh Area School District has earned the overall accountability rating of exceeds expectations on the 2024-2025 report card. This is the first time that the district has reached this rating since the 2017-18 school year. Oshkosh West and Oshkosh North are 2 of the top 3 scoring high schools in the Fox Valley Association Conference. It's important to note that second place is actually a tie with an area high school. We also acknowledge that there are significant improvements that we must commit to seeing. I'm not at all suggesting that the change in score on the school report card is an indicator that we don't need to continue to prioritize improvement. So I provided a list of strategies to support that continuation of the improvement. The board, you all have seen these strategies in previous discussions that we've had when we've talked about our literacy and math outcomes. So we're maintaining our focus on early literacy skill development, and also understanding that there are many students in our school district who have those early literacy skill gaps, and so we are working to support closure of those gaps. We've also expanded our focus on improvement efforts from kindergarten through 8th grade to sustain and accelerate proficiency in both literacy and math. We've done that by updating our instructional materials and aligning our professional development with the focus on rigor and engagement. Additional strategies are provided, and in the interest of time, and again, to avoid redundancy, I'll move on to some of those specific ways that those improvements are in practice in schools and in classrooms. As I've mentioned, the focus on rigor and engagement and engaging students more in their work is an important way that we believe students will accelerate in their achievement. Additionally, increasing the collaboration that we have between educators who provide services to students and those who provide additional support services. We believe that that engagement has the capacity to enhance educator practice effectiveness and then also enhancing student achievement. Additional specific examples are provided in the materials. And again, to avoid redundancy, we'll move forward. So I provided an overview at the beginning of this meeting just to describe what the school and district report card ratings are. Again, there are 4 areas that are looked at or prioritized in that rating, and that would be student achievement, student academic growth, target group outcomes, and the percentage of students who are on track to graduation. This slide just provides some insight into how those 4 priority areas make up our school district's report card. You'll notice some slight variances between the weight from last year to this year that those areas, those priority areas held. For example, 16.5% of that overall score in the 2023-2024 year was weighted towards student achievement. That went up a percentage for the following year to 17.5. So just some examples of the variances with those weight components. These are just additional graphics to demonstrate where we are with each of those 4 priority areas. In the interest of time, I can move forward and just talk a little bit about achievement. So the district score was the same or higher than 22.1% of the districts in the state. And this area summarizes how the district students performed on state assessments using a points-based proficiency system that gives partial credit for approaching performance and extra credit for advanced performance. For growth outcomes, this uses a value-added model and it seeks to control for circumstances beyond the influence of educators. So it's a high value-added score, and that means that on average, students in the district are progressing more quickly than others. So that's a brief explanation into what our growth outcome measures. For target groups, this is the measure designed to inform improvement efforts that result in positive change for learners who need it the most. The priority area combines component scores for achievement, growth, chronic absenteeism, and other attendance or graduation rates. And then our on-track to graduation rates, this score combines component scores for measures of student engagement and achievement. And our score was 17.6%. Higher or the same as 17.6% of the districts in the state. Consistent with previous years, students who are in that target group would be the students who identify as Black or African American, students who are learning English as a second or third language, and then students with disabilities. The same is true in both math and literacy. Our report card trends indicate, again, a very slight increase, but again, the previous years that are indicated on this slide, it's important to note that there were different approaches used to calculate district report card scores so they don't evenly compare from year to year. This slide is a representation of where our district falls overall in comparison to our peers. And as mentioned earlier, within our conference, specifically looking at Oshkosh North and Oshkosh West High School, we are excited and proud of the work that our teachers, our students, and our educators have put into, and they have earned, again, an overall accountability rating of exceeds expectations and are in the top 2 schools within our conference. Looking at the summary of report cards ratings by school, and so we have 2 of our schools that earn the classification of exceeds expectations, significantly exceeds expectations, 6 of our schools that exceed expectations, 6 that meet, 3 that meet few expectations, and then 0 in the category of fails to meet expectations. This list is that full list of our schools, and you can see on there the schools that earned each of those designations. So what we believe is we are responsible for everything in our control to promote student achievement. We are on an urgent journey to accomplish noble and ambitious goals, and we firmly believe that all students are capable of achieving at the highest levels, and it is our responsibility to help make that possible. Our strengths and our talents matter as we work collectively to promote excellence throughout our journey toward responsive improvement. Building on our growth, putting our core values into action, and strong partnerships with families will get us the outcomes that we know our students deserve. And we know that while we have some points of celebration or some indicators of promise from this and other data we've looked at, we also know that these results do not reflect our potential, and we are committed to taking an urgent approach to reaching high rigorous goals that we've set as a district. Within this presentation, or if you would like additional information about the school district report card ratings, they're linked here, or please feel free to reach out to me and I'm happy to provide those to you. Are there any questions that I can answer or comments that you have in response to the presentation you heard tonight? Here. Oh.
Thank you very much.
Dr.
I'm
Hess had a
sorry.
question, sorry.
Sorry,
A question.
didn't see you.
Or comment.
Dr. Coleman, could you go to slide 14, please?
Yes, sir.
It's the one that shows the entirety of the four main components that we're measuring in all the sub-elements.
Yes, sir.
My struggle is this. I'm going to ask you some questions that I know the answers to. In terms of English language arts and mathematics on achievement, did our proficiency scores go up or down from last year? We just talked about it last month. They went down, right?
That's correct.
And in terms of the growth scores, if I looked at the individual ones, English language arts and mathematics compared to last year, it went down, right?
That's correct.
In terms of target group outcomes, growth scores went down, chronic absenteeism went down, graduation went down compared to last year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In fact, the only thing that went up is the graduation rate in the on track to graduation down in the lower right-hand side, and that went from 91.3% to 91.4%. That was truly an increase, a small one, but it was an increase. My struggle is this. I understand that the DPI seeks to try to convince the state of Wisconsin that everybody is improving, and there's nothing that we can do about that. The reality is everything went down except for that one sub-element there in graduation, and because of the way that we are calculating the achievement score based off of proficiency, all of a sudden everything went way up. And so our overall score goes from meeting expectations to now exceeding expectations. And I just struggle with what do we say about that? That on the one hand, I want to celebrate our successes when we have them, because in part, every time that we fail to achieve something successful, potentially people look at our district and say, why would I want to send my kids there?
Here's what I would say. I would say that, for example, our math and reading ACT scores went up. I would say that we have incredibly hardworking teachers and students and families here in this district. And I would say that while we acknowledge that we are not where we believe we want to be, we are certainly making urgent and I would say important steps to creating the conditions for us to get there. And so I think we all agree that there's much room for improvement, and that is the work that we're committed to. And so I would say that individuals should join us in that work. While there certainly are critiques on how the state measures student achievement, we are very well aware of how our students are performing and what our goals are for them and what the promises are that are upon their lives. And it's incumbent on all of us to be a part of the solution to achieve those outcomes that we know our students are capable of.
I understand that. I appreciate that. My struggle is when everything went down and our communications department sends out a press release that suggests that this progress is based on our fundamental commitment to student growth, and student growth went down. There is an argument to be said that we are gaslighting the community. Everything that you said is true. I understand we are working hard. I get that you're trying to be urgent about it, but I just struggle when everything went down and we are telling people this is why we succeeded, but we know that that's because of how we changed the test scores. I don't like that at all. I appreciate what you're doing, but I do not like that.
Dr. Hess, would that have been consistent for all of the schools and all of the districts in the state of Wisconsin?
Which element of that are you asking?
Everybody's going to have
Everybody is going to have dealt with this change of scores.
So that wouldn't have been different here than it would have been in our conference schools? Like the changes?
Well, depending upon how they weighed, that's the problem, is everybody has a different weighing of, you see here, we got achievement at 17.5%. That's going to be different for everybody.
So if you go to, can you go to the slide with the high schools in our conference?
I don't take any issue with that, no.
I would hope not, because that's great performance. And that is a lot of hard work by our kids, and that's a lot of hard work by our teachers and our parents who are supporting kids. And there are schools on there that have the same or more challenging demographic or better demographic that would be weighed in that same capacity. And so I just want to be clear. It's not a perfect process, and as we've talked in moving our strategic plan forward, may not be part of our KPIs, and I want to make sure that we're clear that every district and every school is working through the same thing, and in that space, we can still make progress. So, just want to make sure that that's clear.
I'll also comment on, there's a lot of things that I feel like our district is very capable of gaslighting people on and has gaslit people on. This presentation is not one of them. And neither have our achievement and our reports on achievement. We know that we can and must do so much better. And credit to Dr. Coleman, he's not hiding that. And he has plans in place to actually do that. This system is incredibly flawed, and I am strongly in favor of this no longer being one of our KPIs because the report card system is so flawed. And we are working and making good progress towards growth scores, as shown on multiple slides on this, on what our district is actually doing. I hope we aren't looking at this same report next year, though, because the report cards are incredibly frustrating for all of us.
Yeah, if I could just add, well, I want to say something about gaslights in New Orleans, but I'm not going to because we have a busy agenda tonight. You know, when the report card system came out, I remember arguing with some folks at DPI that it's fundamentally impossible to create a single indicator that's measuring everything that's occurring in a school or in a district, and that inevitably it's going to cause chaos. And I kind of feel vindicated because we're constantly changing what we're measuring, how we're measuring it, and it causes people to lose faith in the overall product, even though it's chock full of all kinds of meaningful data. So if you're really bored, I encourage you to go check out the raw data. There's a lot in there that you can learn. But I think big picture, it's really important moving forward that we as a board, we as a district, take ownership over what it is we want to identify, what we want to use as our performance measures, and what we want to see presented to us in the future. I think we're doing that by revamping our KPIs. And I'm really excited to see where we go with that, because it does us no good to be arguing over the data, over the language we're speaking, because it's a completely valid argument. I agree with you. When they're changing it every year, how do we identify good trends? We can't. Everything you said made perfect sense, Dr. Hess, but you know, we can't afford to wait for the state to figure it out. We have to figure it out. And I think we're doing that, and I hope we do it. And if we don't do it, you should vote us all out.
And it's my understanding that Dr. Hess, Dr. Ford are working with Brian to ensure that we have some KPIs that will be measurable for our district.
It's the plan.
Great.
I think it's important to keep in mind that that we have an obligation to educate every child. And I've been helping out in a literacy classroom in one of our middle schools, basically in a tutoring role, and it's evident that some of the students just lack basic skills and knowledge. And so using the study sync curriculum is challenging for them. It's important that we help every student gain at least a year's growth every year so that they can get into high school classes that they need to succeed beyond high school. And so helping those students who are behind is really essential. And so to me, it's more than about a generalized score. It's about each student achieving at a level that will get them to where they need to be, on track for graduation, and having the knowledge and skills to be successful, to take the classes they want in high school and to get into college, career, and community-ready situations beyond high school. Because if they don't achieve those literacy skills and those math skills, they're going to be very limited in what they can take in high school and what they can do beyond.
All good? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the 2026-2027 budget reduction recommendations. Dr. Davis, Mr. Yerke, and Dr. Coleman.
Okay, so I want to start tonight by just thanking everybody for coming out, people that chose to spoke tonight, at listening session, both and at the at public comments. Certainly very helpful. This is an ongoing process, and we continue to learn things as we're moving through this. So I appreciate that. Also want to just, as we begin, and this is my 16th year as a superintendent, this is the most difficult situation that I've had to work through. And there's no better place that I think that I would rather be to work through this, to be able to work with teams, with strong teachers, with strong administrators, and a strong board, to be able to get to the solutions that we need to. And so I think part of, as we get started tonight, I think thinking about that is also thinking about us in a process of rebirth and kind of renaissance. We're going to need to do work different than we've done it in the past. I think the Madrigal Singers were a perfect cue for that renaissance feel tonight. But we have to make sure that we're working together and we can take the collective knowledge, some of which we heard tonight, to ensure that our students are not only are community, career, and college ready, and also we have a sustainable system as we're moving forward in our financial model. We do not have that at this point, and that is our work from the school board and our administrative team over the next month to be able to create that model. So simply put, we have to do work differently, and we're committed to do that. So by the end of the night tonight, before we get into some of the details, we're going to need to identify some areas that we need to be able to identify $6 million worth of sustainable reductions to meet those budget needs for next year. We heard some ideas tonight and certainly some things that we can explore. So we're willing to do that and stay open to those responses. But we need to make sure that we have a recommended list for approval when we get to January 14th. And January 14th is an important date for us because our high school students start to do scheduling at the end of January. So to push this off any further is going to be more damaging to students then it's going to be good. So we have to stay on the timeline that we are, which means we need to dig in and do some really difficult work together as we're moving forward. So I want to just start again with an overview of school operating budgets. It's not the most simple concept, so just to give you a crash course on school operating budgets, and this is a reminder for a lot of people. So primary revenue is a per pupil, and that's set by the state of Wisconsin. Our primary expenses are staff salaries and staff benefits, so that makes up over 80% of our operating budget. So that makes it very difficult for us to do reductions without having some impact on our staff. Issues that we're currently working through in this situation that we need to get solved over the next month. So one that we're working through that make it difficult. The state per pupil increases are smaller than our inflation expense increases. So that's a fundamental flaw in our state funding system, which continues to be problematic for us and was mentioned a couple times tonight for state advocacy, which I certainly would support. Also, declining enrollment across our state. That is true in Oshkosh, and I'll talk about those details in a little bit, but it's certainly occurring across the state of Wisconsin. And then increasing student and staff needs. And certainly when you're in our schools, in our classrooms, you can see that we have more student needs than we've ever had before. And we're committed to making sure that we meet those needs. And we also, again, need to do that in different ways as we're moving forward. And so as we go down this journey, we have to keep those things in mind. One of the consequences for us over the last probably decade is as we're meeting those increase in student needs, we've increased staff. And so that's one thing fundamentally for us that is an issue that we have to solve structurally through whatever solution we provide. We have to make sure that we're making that adjustment. And just some numbers, if you look at just the certification for the Oshkosh Education Association, we had 818 people that were certified as part of the union in 2013. We had 9,957 students at that time. So that was the amount of revenue that we were bringing in 2013 for that amount of students, with 818 people that were certified through the OEA. In 2025, for this year, the certification that just came out was 865. So that's an increase of 47 people that are certified through OEA, and our student head count is 8,924 students. So a lot less revenue, so 1,000 students less revenue, and more staff members. So that fundamentally for us, that's our reality. Like, that's our structural reality that we have to solve. And again, when 80% of our operating budget is people, that's something that we need to work through. As you look through a little bit more of those details and work through elementary, secondary, and administration, when we've done some reviews for our peers, we can see that at the elementary level, we rank about 10th out of 13th, so we have fewer staff per students than most of our peers at the elementary level. At the secondary level, we have more staff per students than most of our peers. In fact, we're 3rd out of 13th. And so a higher amount of staff per student. And for district administrators, again, we're back on the bottom with the elementary. We'd be 10th out of 13th. So fewer administrators per student than most of our peers. And that's when we're looking at state school systems across the state that are similar to our size and demographics. So that gives us a little bit of insight that I'll use as we're moving forward to some of the logic related to some of the reduction proposals. But it's important that we stay grounded in the facts. Because this issue is not going away. Like, we have to solve it. We have to lead through it as a board. We have to lead through it for administration. We need to continue to listen and respond to the feedback that we're getting and getting ideas. New ideas are coming in on a regular basis, which is great. And we have to make sure we keep our eye on that target, which is that $6 million, because again, that's not going away.
Brian, will you be giving us those data points that you just mentioned in writing with the sources?
Yes. Yep.
Us and the community?
Yes, I can do that. Yeah, and we can do that through the FAQs.
Okay.
Through the FAQ process that we give from a community standpoint.
Yep.
So fundamentally, again, getting to the state increases, as we would look at state revenue increases not matching inflationary increases. So this is the structural reason why a majority of our districts across the state of Wisconsin end up going to operational referendum, because our inflationary increases in costs don't match the state revenue increases that we've gotten. And so this is an example from 2008, 2009 to 2024, 25. And you can see what that gap is per pupil. The top line would indicate the line for inflationary increases, and the bottom line would be what we've received as a per pupil increase. And so as that gap widens, that gets more and more difficult. So for us, 82% of the districts across the state of Wisconsin since 1994, which is when the revenue limits went in place, have gone to operational referendum. just in 2024, we've had 131 districts across the state had to go to a operational referendum to address this need. So yes, we have to work through it in Oshkosh, but this is a structural issue that we have to work through at the state of Wisconsin, and we have to do that. Now, what we're not proposing, and I think this is important to articulate in this process, what we're not proposing at this point is going to an operational referendum. We feel like there is some right sizing that we need to be able to do based on our pupil count. We do project that we will need to go to an operational referendum, again, because of some of these structural issues, and we're targeting November of 2028. So we'd have a couple of budgets that we'd have to come up to be able to navigate through this as we're moving forward. There are some points of advocacy, some of which have been brought up tonight already, around matching our revenue limits to our inflationary rates. That's something that I've talked to our legislators about regularly, and we'll continue to advocate for that. That was part of a recommendation from a bipartisan blue ribbon education report that was put out in 2019. And that should be acted on. There's a report that's out there that had that as a recommendation. In addition to that report, which we also heard tonight, was the advocacy for more reimbursement for special education to move us from where we currently are, which is 42% by law, which is actually turning out to be about 35% in practice, to moving that to 60%. So again, testified in front of Joint Finance last year. We'll continue to work with our legislators. That's an important part for us to be able to move forward and actually fund our public schools as it would meet our needs as we're going. Also, declining enrollment, because our revenue is on enrollment, is an important part of what we need to make sure that we're looking at. And there's a couple components for us, 3 components for us that I think we have to talk about, a couple of which have been mentioned, and then one not necessarily as much. So you can see this is the decline in enrollment that was projected from the Wisconsin Applied Population Lab projection. You can see this trend is from 2014-2015 to 2033-34, and essentially we're on trend for where we thought we would be this year with a 8,924 student population. Approximately 70% of these public school districts in Wisconsin are declining enrollment. So again, declining enrollment is not something that's specific to us as we're moving forward. What is unique for us and we're seeing this year and we'll likely see in the upcoming years, for us, over the last 4 to 5 years, we've had a significant increase in the number of refugee families that we've had join us, which we appreciate, makes our community stronger, makes our schools stronger with the perspectives that they bring. But because of federal regulations, that's been slowed down. So just to give you some examples, in 2021, 2022, we had 67 new refugee students come in. Last year, we had 69 new refugee students come in. This year, we had 8. So when we're moving, that's less students that are coming in due to some federal policy and federal environment. So that's part of the plan, part of what is contributing to our decline in enrollment. We also know that open enrollment is a factor for us. The open enrollment difference for us this year compared to last year is 10 students. So we had 10 more students that were open enrolling out, our net amount from open enrollment in versus out. Last year we had negative 301. This year we're negative 311. So we had a 10 student difference in our amount of students that we have. So certainly something to keep an eye on. But pales in comparison to what we had from our refugee students. And overall, the biggest thing that we need to just understand is the consequence of birth rate and not having as many kids coming into our system. That can be probably most starkly seen when you look at the difference between senior classes and kindergarten classes coming in. So if you look at this year's senior class, we have 793 students that are seniors both at North and West this year. Our kindergarten class across the system is 531 students. So a difference of 262 students of kids that we're having come. So every class that we graduate is now going to it will be a decline from what we have projected across our system, moving from almost 800 kids with this year's class and progressively moving down until we get to our kindergarten class. Our 4K class at this point is 521. this is a reality for us. Again, and that's why I want to put these budget reductions in our conversations and our solutions that we'll come to on January 14th, not in a one-year solution, but needs to be a structural change that we can make sure that we have the strongest programming that we can with the revenue that we're going to have to work through over the next 10 to 20 years. Because that's what our projections are looking for, and it's important that we stay grounded in those numbers as we're moving forward. So some actions that we've taken to address this issue in the recent past. Number one, important to know that we're currently under an operational referendum. So that was passed in 2020, and that expires in 2030. So if you're thinking about structurally what our debt deficit is going into next year, it's $6 million, yes, but that's with being buoyed by $8 million through an operational referendum. So if that operational referendum goes away, which if we don't pass one by July 1st, 2030, it will, then this year's debt would have been $14 million and not $6. So important for us to keep our eye on that as we're moving forward. As we said, we don't anticipate that being a solution for us this year, but when we're looking at November of 28, the next presidential election, I would anticipate that would be a time that we're going to need to look at a operational referendum, or we will have significant cuts to our programming. Again, that's for a later conversation, but I think it's important for us to keep that on the horizon. Moves with self-funded insurance, school consolidations, some staff reductions that we've made, and some formula-based staffing that's helped make some adjustments for us, but we need to do a better job of that as we're moving forward. So as we've gone through this process over the last 3 to 4 months with our administrative teams and with our staff, some of the question has been like, why now? Why didn't we do this the last couple of years as we're looking at that? And I think for me, this is probably the most vivid example of why we need to make sure that we're moving forward now and where our enrollment decline really starts to show up. And so as we're looking at moving from 9,100 kids down to that 8,900 mark with 177 kids less this year, it's really important for us to be able to continue to work towards a solution again that's going to make sure that we're sustainable as we're moving forward as we go. Any question? Let me stop there before we get into problem to be solved, which is the $6 million. Any questions on the previous slides? Sam and Brian are also here as we've worked through our process with our administrative team and with our staff to be able to also share some comments and some perspective.
I wrote down 3 based off what you said.
Yeah.
How did we get to the point that this is the most difficult situation that you've had to deal with so far as a superintendent? And I ask that basically knowing that it was not expressed to me as a board member at how significant and immediately pressing this was until within the last couple of months. How is this the most difficult thing that you've had to deal with in your 16 years as superintendent, and why did we get here?
Yeah, so I think again, as you would look at the dramatic decrease, right, from the student enrollment standpoint, so that accentuates what we're working from. We also had a situation last year as we finished up the year, a couple things that had happened for us. So one was our insurance claims that we had in March, April, and May, and the impact that had on fund balance helps kind of confound this deficit that we have there. And 2, as we looked at just our special education costs and our increase in staffing. And so our increase in staffing that occurred over last year as we get to this point sets us up in a difficult situation. Again, with our declining enrollment, inevitably we're going to have to work through this, and we're going to have to change these structures. And just as you're looking at my 16 years, like, haven't been in this type of situation. So that's the I think the complexity that this provides as we would be.
But we did have opportunities over the past year and previous boards, to be clear, where we could have been addressing this.
Well, and we have, right? And so the work.
But there's also opportunities where we didn't, correct?
Related to restructuring,
anything. I just want to make sure, like, there's been lots. There have been opportunities that have passed where there might have been savings that we did not necessarily push on, correct?
Probably. I will say, from a consolidation standpoint, like that's been, you know, from a
Oh, I
facilities.
totally agree,
like, that's
consolidation
been
is
part
an
of it,
important
yeah.
part of it.
Yep.
Okay, so, my next thing that frustrated me with the timing of all of this, of the drop dead of needing to take a vote in a month, and the rationale given of our high schoolers, of which I have a student who's a high schooler, so I get that,
Yeah.
that they are going to be registering for classes at the end of January. If this is so important, why were we only given 2 months at most to make this decision before it directly impacts students when they're registering? Or could we commit, so I guess that's one question. Second, couldn't we just commit to not decrease any classes, offerings, and then allow us to make better decisions in the longer term if we do not commit to saying that we will vote on this by January 12th?
Well, you have to, I think the commitment needs to be some structural reductions. So we have to figure out where the $6 million is coming from. So if it's not from, it can come from anywhere, right? So if it's not from staffing, but again, when 80% of our budget, right, is from a staffing standpoint, and as we've worked with our administrators over the last 2 to 3 months to be able to provide that, what I'm concerned about is if we don't have a vision for how we're going to solve that $6 million as we would move into February and March, if we don't have a plan for how that's going to be done, then I'm concerned about actually completing that chore. And for us, this isn't a 1-year type of project.
Completely
right?
agree.
We probably got a couple million, with this reduction, probably have a couple million each year over the next couple of years. So try not to confound that, and compound that, I should say, as we move forward, to me would be important.
Well, but I don't, what's frustrating to me is that we're putting this on the kids' shoulders, essentially. We're having to make very fast decisions, saying that there might be courses that are not offered if we, basically that we have to make this decision. But I thought that we were able to make some of these cuts, like even if we went to the 6 of 7, that was could possibly be done without reducing any course offerings, correct?
Yeah, and we'll go into some of those details as we get a
but-
little bit farther in the presentation.
Okay, but I just really want to understand, if this is such an important thing that it has to be made before we impact the choices that, and by the way, kids are already looking at their schedules, so we're already too late. Why did we not start this sooner?
Well, when would we have started it sooner?
A couple months ago?
Well, we did.
But, okay,
So
fine.
administration's been looking at this since the end of September.
Fair point, but to
And so
put the
that's
pressure suddenly on us and on our students in the last minute feels very, like we're not gonna get the community input that we need to make good decisions so that our students can enroll in the right classes for the next year.
Well, we wanted to make sure we went through a methodical process, right, from an administration standpoint, to make sure that we would come up with some proposals. This is part of that process, to be able to get that feedback. And so,
But, okay,
again,
I guess,
depending on.
could we commit to not cutting any course offerings based off of the need to reduce our $6 million? Could we commit to that and then not have that deadline of January 12th? I get that we still need a deadline and need to make choices fast, but we don't necessarily need to be rushed to make choices so that kids can register. Could we? Is that true?
I think that has to be a board discussion. I would say going through this whole presentation was going to be helpful to be able to just shed some light on that.
Okay, but I just don't like
to
the framing of this is because putting this pressure on the kids and on us because of the kids, because I just don't like that
Well,
framing.
I mean, there's a reality of us, from a scheduling standpoint, we've got to make sure
but couldn't we
that the
just commit
structure.
that we aren't going to have any cuts to courses offered?
If we have a clear perspective of how we're going to solve the $6 million, yes.
Okay.
If we don't, then I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
From a,
Let's
you know,
go
fiscal
through the
But
rest
third
of
question, though, you said, since you wanted questions on this portion of this, you said how in 2013, this union certification, we had 818 certified union teachers. I'm guessing that means that they are certified teachers.
members, yeah, members.
Now we have 865. So is that, and I'm guessing that you're telling me that they are all of those teachers, they're
They're not all teachers.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah.
Do we know the difference of how many of them are actually non-teachers in positions of non-teachers versus teachers, student-facing teachers in the classroom?
Yeah, we can get that.
I think that's important to know because I don't think it is fair to say we need to make cuts to teaching staff just because we have had a proliferation of teachers who are, people who are certified as teachers in this district.
Can I go to slide 3? I have concern about the whole revenue limit sort of proclamation here, that we know that the overall revenue that we get in this district is not just tied to state funding and property taxes, that there's federal funding, there's a bunch of other things. And if I look at longitudinal, I looked at the DBI's longitudinal comparison of revenue summary by data, total revenue per member actually keeps up with inflation. And we're sitting here presenting that the revenue limit, which is only represents 60, 70% of it, doesn't.
Right,
So,
60 to 70% of it.
right.
Right, I mean, that's a big amount.
So, I mean, it's a big amount,
Yeah.
but I really struggle with standing up here saying that this is somehow due to the legislature. I appreciate that the legislature could give us this and fix it, but if the revenue per member has kept up with inflation, the real dilemma is, your next slide, is the declining enrollment. It's that we're losing members, we're losing kids, and to me, that's the solution. I'm just ranting a little bit.
We can agree to we can agree to disagree to the point that that is a state legislative issue. And that's creating across the state of Wisconsin operational. It's absolutely a combination between this and declining enrollment for us. I don't think there's any question about that, but this is fixable from a legislative standpoint. And we have legislators who are currently representing us that agree for that, advocate for that, and as we would move forward. Okay, am I good to? Okay, so problem to be solved. So again, estimated $6 million deficit in 26-27. We have to keep coming back to this. So we have to figure out what our solution is to this issue. There's no dancing around it. We have to figure this out. And again, we have to do it in a timely fashion, and it needs to be something that's sustainable as we're moving forward. So wanted to just walk through some of the numbers that we have been working through and then what our process has been. It's been a deliberate process with our administrators and our staff providing feedback. So first of all, where's the $6 million deficit coming from? So revenues and expenses, and you can see the change for this year's costs, what our forecast is, and then what next year is. And you can see that it's on that expense line. That is the increase. And the deficit would be $6 million. So that's the gap in 26-27 in our projections that we're looking to close. As we look at just that expense line, and again, that's about a $8 to $9 million increase in that 6%. This is what we currently have baked in to our estimated expense increases as we're moving forward. Now, there are things on here, certainly, that we can take a look at, and through feedback from board members and community members, there's likely some things on here that we can modify if we want. But this is what this current proposal has been as it's put together and has been communicated. So we're looking at a 3% increase for staff. So again, that's what we anticipate about to be the consumer price index, and that's $2.3 million. Health benefits and taxes, about $1 million. Capital improvement projects, so that's keeping on track with our roofs, our boilers, parking lots, that type of thing is important. Staff marketing adjustments, so that's specifically for our last group that we've had a marketing adjustment, that we have not had a market adjustment for, and that's our administrative group. And so we've got $600,000 in that that we would look at specific from our textbook reduction and our exec team reduction to pay for that. Our non-staffing inflationary increases, so that's essentially the cost of our electricity to keep the lights on, to keep the place heated, things that are not staffed but that would increase by inflation. Our voucher allocation increase about $500,000, and so that's a lagging increase that we get aid. We do get aid back, but that would be specific for 1 year as we're moving forward. And so that's something that, again, we need to just make sure that we're keeping our eye on. For our vouchers and just, from a public standpoint, so we have about 775, we're projecting 775 students to be voucher students for next year. So that's a projected increase of about 30 students from where we are this year, which is 745 students. That amount is a $9 million amount in taxpayer money that's going to vouchers. And so just a reminder that the per pupil revenue that's given for vouchers at the high school level is $13,799 per student. We project for next year, and next year's projection for public high school students is $12,089. So again, some legislative advocacy on areas that are things that we'll keep in mind and some things that we have to work through for next year. Open enrollment out, as I mentioned, we have 10 kids. So 10 kids this year that we're looking at, that we had an increase for open enrollment out. We'll continue to do our work to try to reverse that trend. We need everybody's support in that process, but that would be that amount. And then getting our fund balance back to 12%. So again, because of our increased costs last year, that is a number that we need to make sure that we get to, back to that 12% number that's baked in our policies. It's also important as we're going out for bond ratings with our referendum projects that we get to that 12% and have the best bond rating and interest rates that we can get as we're moving forward. So those are some areas that we have for our expense increases, again, baked into this process.
Dr. Davis.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Would you mind, can we ask questions about
Absolutely,
this?
yeah, we can go slide by slide. That's
okay.
Yep, yeah, go ahead.
So the 3% salary increase, does that cover all the groups except for the administrators and the staffing market adjustment one?
That would cover all the groups.
Okay.
So that would include the administrative group.
Okay. And then the capital improvement projects at 2.1 million. I thought that we were doing roughly 1.5, somewhere on the order of this every year, and this is going to be more than that? Is that the case? I'm struggling, how did we get to 2.1 here? Not that the 2.1 I necessarily disagree with.
Yeah.
But I thought we already were spending substantially on capital improvements. So is this a $2.1 million increase above and beyond what we have?
No, it's a continuation.
Continuation.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, continuation, I think, based on inflationary practices, things we know we have coming up within our capital improvement projects, whether it's parking lots or roof spoilers, those pieces. So it's not an additional 2.1, it's just an increase of our base.
Because what did we spend on capital improvements this year out of operating budget?
Yeah, I couldn't answer that for you, but I can get that information and respond.
And then to be clear, with I think what you said, Dr. Davis, with the voucher program, you anticipate it costing a total of $9 million, but that we get to go back to the property taxpayer and we're going to recoup $850,000 or 8.5 million, and so there's a $500,000 difference that you're saying
is a lag.
That's going to be a loss for us.
Correct.
There's a lag on it, but the majority of it comes back. There's a $500,000. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, correct.
And then The open enrollment out increase. I'm sorry, what was the number that you said that you anticipate that increasing by?
So the increase this year was 10 students. So if we project a modest increase, it would be, so say it's 10 students again, 10 to 15 students. What you have to remember is it's not only the new students that would be in there, but it's also the per pupil increase of the students that are currently open enrolling out. So that would be, this year that's 504 students. So, and that increase is about $900, about $900 a student is about what that increase is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, and again, these are estimates
Right.
as we're moving.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have two questions.
Yes.
We had a discussion a meeting or so ago about the potential issue, not the potential issue, the issue with mercury vapor in the North Field House. Is that part of this 2.1 million, or is that something in addition?
I think the majority of that comes out of this year's budget.
Okay.
We're hopeful a small portion of that can be tied into that number next year.
Thank you. And then my other question is, I've asked this question before, and that is, with our open enrollment out being greater than the open enrollment in, I've asked, what are we doing to reverse that trend? And the answer usually is, we're working on that. So I'd like to know specifically, not at this meeting, but at a future meeting, what are we doing or what have we done to reverse that trend, to get more students in or to reduce the number out? Because I don't think I've ever really had much of an answer for that.
Yeah, I mean, we can get you a more detailed answer. I can start with getting a new elementary literacy curriculum to improve reading scores.
Okay, thank you.
That would be a number one initiative that we've done to be able to reverse that trend.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Good questions, thank you. So I want to go through the process that, again, our administrators have been working through since September, both the district team and our building teams. Our building administrators began in October, and what our process was. And so as we looked at, again, our forecasting being a $6 million number, we know that has something that needs to be sustainable over time and needs to be spread out throughout the system. So from a starting point standpoint, and this isn't necessarily where we ended, but from a starting point, we took a look and talked to all of our administrators. And one thing we did fundamentally was shift the staffing costs and had building budgets and department budgets look at their budgets their budgets including their staffing. So how much staff does it cost to run North High School or a particular school? How much staff does it cost to run a particular department? So that's something that we haven't looked at before. Typically it's been supplies and professional development and maybe some other things. So that's been an important shift, and I think an improvement for us as we look at the awareness of our administrators and understanding the implications from a staffing standpoint. So knowing that we had a $6 million number, so we had 3 levels and ran percentages and just to be able to give an initial target for our individual administrators to work through. And so we had our pre-K and elementary at 5%. Our secondary at 7.5%, and again, we know that as we're looking at our peer districts, the ratios we have less staff per student as we look at our elementary compared to our secondary, so that's why the percentages are a little bit different. And then at central office staff and district-wide, so we're looking at 10% reductions, again, to have as much of a focus of people that aren't directly impacting kids as possible as part of this process. So that's where we started back in September and early October to be able to get to the point where we've worked today. So our building administrators individually back at their buildings worked through a process of first of all thinking about their buildings or their departments and what's minimum required to function, starting with some legal obligations. There's some state statutes that are required to be able to run schools or run districts. So starting with that. and then taking a look at what their current costs are and just rolling those current staffing levels and services per site, rolling that over for next year. So when you look at the costing levels and the gaps between step 1 and step 2 and step 1, in there is some opportunities for us to be able to get leaner and have some reductions that we can propose to be prioritized as part of this reduction. So when each building had their particular target, or each department had their particular target based on what level they were, then we went through the third step, which was to bring prioritized reductions from your building or from your department to a larger team. But this was the individual process that we went through, again, using our key performance indicators and trying to minimize our impact on the key performance indicators as our evaluation framework as we work through that individually. Questions on that?
This is probably related to, I know, an OEA request that I echo of being able to see the reductions per school, but kind of on the front end of it. Were there any schools, individual schools, I understand you're saying secondary versus elementary, that were out of whack or out of the norm for cost to operate per student when you were looking at this? Like, because I'm wondering if there were, I could just throw out, like, say Roosevelt Elementary versus, I'm assuming each elementary school, our goal is to have the cost per operate to be the same per student, I would assume would be the denominator. Were there inconsistencies in that?
I would say the only inconsistencies that we would see would be some students or some schools, because of their low socioeconomic status, might have more support staff.
Well, right, if they have AGR or whatever.
Yeah, for AGR and those types of things. So that would be, when you'd roll that down, that would be probably the differences. Otherwise, generally, there was some pretty good consistency.
And can that information be released publicly, accounting for differences from AGR and things like that?
Yeah, we can have that if the board would like to see that. So, any other questions?
I'm a little concerned about the wording in step 1, minimum required to function. That to me sounds like we're saying we're willing to get by with something, rather than looking at best practices.
Yeah, and I think when you're thinking about it from a budget practice,
Okay.
right? Like, we're thinking about, like, what's bare bones. Like, we don't want to run our schools with minimum function.
Okay.
But what's bare bones? And when you compare that then to what we currently have, what you start to see is some of our spaces or some services that we're providing that are provided, but not required, right? Not required by law, not required by any contract that we would have, but that would be important. And so you've got a series of those, and the exercise then is, if you have to prioritize and reduce 5% at your building, like, which one of those reductions would you bring to a larger team to discuss? So that was the exercise as we would move forward. So we don't expect districts or buildings and principals to run at that budget level, but from the exercise, we got to tease out some different levels as part of the process.
Okay. I can see where that maybe was applied then to the media specialist, because the board adopted a media plan in the spring based on the staffing that we had in the spring. So that would suggest to me that if we approve this reduction in media services, we'd have to revise that plan
Yes.
to fit the staffing we have.
Correct. Yep, that would be accurate. Chris?
I mean, I'm pretty quiet today, but this is a structural issue. So there's only so many long-term options to solve it. If our students, we keep declining in students like we are, or like we did this year, the fact of the matter is 80% of our budget is staff, right? You can't lose students. The only way at that rate, because of whatever magnitude of reasons, and there's a lot of them, homeschooling. That's still the most shocking number to me, that 122 kids went to homeschooling out of our district. That's like a new phenomenon almost, like throughout the state, I'm guessing. So to fix this long term, those trends either have to be reversed, mitigated, or whatnot. I mean, there are some short-term solutions, I think, potentially, where we could put these big structural types of decision-making off if people aren't going to be comfortable with it, and that's something as a board we'll have to discuss and go through. I mean, we can do some things to put some of this stuff off initially, but would it be a correct assessment that if enrollment trends don't get mitigated or change in some way, that we will be looking at these types of things that'll require some significant structural changes to address budgetarily for the next however long we keep losing students for?
Yes, which is into the future as far as we can project. And I just want to be clear, we're there now. Like, this isn't like, in 1 or 2 years, like, this is today. We're in that space.
Yeah, I don't know if it's helpful, Chris, but the way I've been describing it to people, because obviously that's the biggest question we'd be getting, is why. I had a conversation with a gentleman who was saying, well, the problem is we don't run OASD like a business. I was like, okay, I'll try to put it in really clear business terms. Right, our direct cause here is in 2009 we had 10,331 students. Today we have 8,924. Students are our customers, they're our revenue base. The market has shrunk because of demographics. There's fewer students overall. The market's become more competitive with school choice options, including homeschooling, like you said. So revenue declines, we have to reduce expenses. In a school district, that means positions, because it's 80% people. And that's the direct challenge we have for next year, and we're probably going to have in future years. So fewer customers means less revenue, and means we need to cut expenses. So we have this immediate term challenge. Long term, we have to regain market share by offering quality and differentiation compared to our competitors. I hate putting it like that because positions are people, they're teachers that are working their tails off and contributing, and our customers are students that are deserve a high-quality education, but to me, that's the most basic terms. We have fewer customers and more competition, and we're kind of at the end of our options right now. But
Yes.
anyways, I'll let you continue, Dr. Davis.
If we were a business, we'd be bankrupt.
Well, we'd be restructuring, which is what we are. We wouldn't be bankrupt.
We need to do what we're doing.
The difference.
Like, that is our exercise. Like, we need to restructure. Like, it has to look different. Our work has to look different moving forward. Okay, so moving from individual administrators bringing forward reductions to some team prioritization. So the executive team started with looking at a prioritized list of reductions for central office and district level positions. And one thing I wanted to clarify, just related to district level positions, there were spaces that we felt needed to have decisions made and priorities made at the executive team level, in that even though some of these people and a majority of those people on that list work in schools, they work as part of these larger teams and departments. So looking at special ed, pupil services, and the others that are listed there. Again, like whether they should be in that category or be in the buildings, I guess is somewhat of a moot point because building administrators prioritized all of these and where they fall. But that's just how we ended up doing that for the prioritization. So the executive team started. Building level administrators then went through the process of prioritizing and giving feedback and doing the prioritization of what the central office and district level priorities were. So that was very helpful to be able to have the exec team stand back and have the building administrators do their own prioritization of that central office and district level positions. And so that was helpful. And then we broke into the secondary administrators having their team and the elementary PK and elementary level administrators having their team and going through that prioritization process. So each of them worked through, and that's the point where we decided to, instead of going by building necessarily, like what the reduction is, it made more sense to go per level. Because some buildings had a little bit more, some buildings had a little bit less. There was general consistency, transparency, but it made more sense. And I will say, I think that's really where our administrative team was able to step up and really understand a lot of the bigger picture, and be able to just have some really good in-depth conversations and questions on each other, and understand what we need to get to. And then we also had a staff survey, so that went out to 1,600 staff members, all of our staff members, and a survey to be able to provide recommendations. All of those recommendations were reviewed by the executive team, looked for both feasibility and sustainability in those recommendations, and some of those ended up on the priorities list. And so again, I think we had 644 recommendations that came. So that's been an important part, and I think it's important to talk about the process that we went through, that this just isn't an overnight type of thing. Like, this has been in progress since September, and a lot of depth and knowledge for administrators that are responsible for the departments and the buildings that they're in, and to the best of their knowledge, and being able to have staff be able to provide feedback, because they're the ones working boots on the ground. So that's what our process was from a team standpoint, and kind of zoomed up from the individual recommendations.
So I will have questions about this district level, because I do think it's important how things were separated out to show that we are trying to do our best to decrease administrative level or administrative positions versus student-facing positions. But I will leave it up to you if you want me to ask these questions now, or if you want when you're going through the list of them, because I think it's important that we have transparency for why things that I very clearly think are secondary or primary, and they're listed as district-wide.
Yeah, maybe let's save that for the list. That might be easier to go through. And again, they can be...
Can I make a statement just to follow up to my last comment? Like, I don't think that this decline in any way, shape, or form is due to this, in students, is due to the staff within OASD. My firm belief, kids are getting excellent education. I can't complain one bit about the education that my kids, or that my sixth grader and my junior are receiving here right now. That their education is on par, I believe, with any other educational institution in the area, public or private or charter. So I just want to say that first and foremost too, because this is just a highly emotional thing for everyone involved. Me, I've been thinking about it a lot, right? And through that emotion, like, we like to assign a lot of blame and guilt, you know, when you think back, what did we do wrong? What didn't we do wrong? And that, I just want to say first and foremost that I'm grateful for the staff and educators. They can't, birth rates aren't within their control. As great as they teach, we can't help make people have more kids. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to say that. So sorry for interrupting this, but.
Oh, that's right. Any other questions before we move forward?
I think for the public that haven't perhaps watched our meetings and knew that the executive team and the building administrators were working on this, this comes as a bit of a surprise. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, was there any thought given to, at an earlier time in the process, involving members of the community, parents, students in the process, more in a face-to-face, maybe focus group type situation? Because this seems like the administrators, whether the exec team or at the building level, pretty much decided what would be on this list without input from those other groups.
Yeah, from an initial list. I think one of the things that we've talked about is accountability within the system. And that in our structure, as we have accountability set from myself down to our assistant superintendents and our principals who are leading our buildings, ultimately they're responsible for the performance of that particular building. And so if we're going to have accountability, you know, within our system and the performance, then I want to make sure that the people that are held accountable have the opportunity to be able to provide some initial recommendations, which is what we have tonight. And we also wanted to say, we wanted to put together a good faith effort for an initial proposal knowing that when we get to tonight, we'd hear a lot of feedback, and we might have to, look at revisions and things that we learned and got smarter on tonight, and through this process, I think is important for us to stay fluid. But knowing that this is a very personal, very sensitive process to work through, what we didn't want to do is have anybody's name or position up here without them getting a personal contact from an administrator or supervisor or somebody within the system. So that's the balancing act that we were going through, with the notification of what the actual recommendations are. And those are the heavy conversations that we had last week with staff. So, it's a tough needle to thread, if you will, in this process. There's probably not a perfect way to do it. But we felt like doing it now, is an important part of how we move forward.
To Barb's point, I appreciate the work that administration has done on this and showing the accountability. I don't think anybody's questioning the role that they need to play. I also think that a lot of people are questioning if this is a community proposal that will be accepted and is the best solution for our community, and to be telling the board, we need to make this decision in 1 month, when we know we haven't gotten that feedback, other than tonight, with a marathon of incredibly good comments, is frustrating. And to me, unacceptable, to be very clear.
All right. Okay, so just a summary of our reductions for our goals to actuals. When we look at, again, this is by level, so that's what we ended up, what our target was. So you can see from elementary, secondary, central office, and district-wide what those targets were from a percentage standpoint. And so total goal being $6 million, and what's proposed in here for us in our initial proposals are about 6.5. And so that's just a summary of the numbers of how we arrived here. Okay, so getting to the what we have for our different areas. So central office, district-wide, elementary, and secondary. Again, we have these categories, and these categories were, again, originally put together for us to have particular targets to. So if there's some resorting that we want to be able to do, we can certainly do that and accommodate that if that provides more clear communications. But again, at the end of the day, no matter where the dollar amount, or no matter where what category the position's in, the idea is that the total number on the bottom has to be at least $6 million, right, for us to be able to move forward with some confidence that we've made the reductions to put ourselves in a position to be sustainable as we're moving forward. So I think I'll probably just go maybe, I'll leave the slide up there, and then if there's particular questions on the slide, instead of going one by one, then we can do that. Again, Sam and Brian are here and have worked a lot on each one of these in their particular areas to provide some insights or expertise or answer to any questions that anybody has. So.
If I could start, the one that I have a question on, that I got the most feedback was on the peer coaches. How many peer coaches do we have currently?
Sam,
two.
Yeah.
We have two.
1.95, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
and so the proposal is to eliminate all peer coaches, and who would take on the responsibility of the peer coaches?
So there are different mentoring, or we call them buddy teachers as well. So those responsibilities would look different, but we certainly value and recognize that sharing expertise across veteran teachers and teachers with experience in the system and those who are newer is something that we would sustain. Again, it would look different, and would potentially be shared by veteran teachers in the system.
At some point, I'd like to know how that's going to be shared, because that was something that came out loud and clear, that we have many of our newer teachers were successful because of the peer coaches. And if we're talking about turnover and the cost of turnover, I think I'd like to know how that's going to work specifically.
And there's a lot of models out there from other districts that don't have peer coaches and how they help support that. So
This last year, I was part of a DPI committee that advises the state superintendent on licensing issues, and we spent most of the year talking about the value of peer coaching and mentoring. We have invested a lot in the training of our current peer coaches and those who have filled those roles in the past. We have 1.0 full-time individual, 2.45, whom I believe are both retirees. It's a major role because it's not evaluative, and those peer coaches continue to coach, so to speak, beyond that first year. One of the peer coaches suggested to me that perhaps we could consider reducing the program to 1.0 and only serve first-year teachers. But we've got a lot of emails from people indicating that they were well into their careers beyond years 2 and 3, and they still reach out to those peer coaches and what a difference they've made. The peer coach also related to me that they go to job fairs at universities, and one of the things that's very attractive about our district, and which is touted by some of the UW system schools, is that we have a peer coaching program, and they find that very attractive. So when we look at the KPI that we have for retention, which to me also includes attraction, that fits in with that KPI because it's a marketing tool for us to attract new people to come here, because there's a specific set of people who focus only on the peer coaching. They don't have other responsibilities.
I don't have anything on peer coaches. I was going to make a different point.
There's going to be a lot of good reasons to keep every one of these positions up here. And I've gotten a lot of emails with a lot of really good reasons. And there's some that I feel more passionately about than others. I'll be honest with my own personal biases when I look at this list. My question, and this leads to the bigger 5-10 year down the road picture, is how can we eliminate these and not diminish our product to where we lose students, more students, and how can we strengthen? Is there a way that we can do that, right? One, and then when we were talking about restructuring before, companies do that all the time, but they also rebrand then. And I've thought for a long time that, and now more than ever, public schools need to restructure and rebrand because we're getting our butts kicked in the marketplace across the whole state. So those are my two big questions.
So a lot of the work will be in a restructuring will be to figure out where everything's going, right? And so that'll be an ongoing process. We can't expect that to be 100% perfect before we make decisions. So we'll be able to follow up on feedback from tonight and be able to provide ideas. But what we have to be careful of is paralysis. And because we have to make these changes. I think the rebranding it's a perfect time, again, to be able to look at how are we doing our work differently, what does our brand look that's different, and to be stronger out of the, coming out of this as we're moving forward.
So I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm still not happy with proposed cuts to admin, clerical, operational, executive staff. As compared to those directly in support students. I've said this to you before, but life needs to look and feel differently to you, Brian, and to your leadership team, as well as the administrative leadership teams at each school, if it will look and feel different to students and our teaching staff. I still have not heard a good explanation of why your executive team, with the exception of one member who I feel like I've always kind of felt like an add-on, why it feels untouched, and I can't defend this decision right now. Also, at a school level or district level, I feel like there has to be some more spaces within secretarial and support staff that just didn't even seem to come into play here. But most importantly, I want an answer as to what is the good explanation to why your executive team feels untouched to people like me looking at this.
Yeah, and I can start with that and
this is very much directed to you because these are your subordinates. I want to know the answer from you.
Yeah, so I would say as we would look at our changes for So it's this slide and the next slide. But as you would look at the coordinators, so like the SEL coordinators, as you would look at the security communications specialists, social studies, STEM, like those coordinator positions, a lot of that's where the work for like directors, for example, that are on the executive team, that's where a lot of that work is going to go. So that their lives are going to be different. Like they're going to feel that extra burden. That's like, to me, one example of, as we're working through this process, that's how I would anticipate that to be.
I mean, but again, like there are cuts everywhere. Your executive team, as compared to other places, feels very untouched. I don't understand how. Like, what's the justification when we are asking teachers to teach 6 of 7 sections for keeping your leadership team exactly the same?
Because they'll have more work to do, without having the specialists and the coordinators as we're looking at that. And I hear you. Like if that's something that is,
I mean, I've told you before that this is an issue, and it was not responded to.
Yeah.
So yes, it's an issue.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on this? All right, let's go to next slide. So again, these are district level reductions, and again, people that wouldn't necessarily be centered at the central office, but that we had just as part of like district level departments. So again, if there's areas here that we want to move to other categories, we can do that. At the end of the day, it's the amounts that we're looking at categorizing, and the $6 million that we need to be able to stay focused on.
Well,
So.
At the end of the day, it's the impact on students. So I think it is important to know, is driver's education a secondary program?
What do you mean by secondary?
It's because it could have been in the box for the cuts to secondary students, and it definitely changes how stuff looks and feels for students at the secondary level. Is the driver's education program a secondary program?
But we could put it at the secondary. I mean,
Is an elementary school counselor an elementary level position?
Mm-hmm.
No, so, well, again, this is part of our exercise, right? As we were looking at the budget, we felt like as we're making decisions, like from a administrator standpoint, elementary principals, right, making decisions about their counselor, we wanted to be able to zoom that up and be able, so this is what our process is. If in a revised version of this, if we want to disseminate district level back over to elementary and secondary, we certainly can.
Well, the reason I'm pushing this is because you gave these percentages to elementary, to secondary, to district, and central office.
Sure.
I thought, or assumed the reason for doing that is because you thought that those percentages were the ones that could be done to basically minimize, you could make that percent of changes to minimize and still minimize the amount of impact on students. When I see things like these that are very clearly in secondary, I to myself say, well, that is a much bigger impact on our secondary student experience. This is a much bigger impact on my elementary school experience. And the fact that it's pulled into district level feels like it's giving a very false understanding of where the cuts really are going to hit.
If I can jump in just for a second. Part of the reason it may look like that is when we took, whether it was a pupil service position or a special education position, that budget went to district or to central. So if we were to put those positions into elementary or secondary, that budget would have followed and their percentage would have grown. So,
well, right, and that's the point, because that shows that that's support of the primary and secondary areas. That's being lessened.
Well, as a follow-up, Brian, so what you're saying is that in previous budgets, like the driver's ed program, for example, didn't live in the secondary budget?
It lived in a pupil service budget.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm a secondary, if I'm the secondary person being asked to identify cuts, that wouldn't even be on my radar?
Doesn't impact your budget within your building.
Okay. Well, at least, I'm not saying that's the right or the wrong way to do it, but that I think at least answers my question. Not to change the subject too much, but I got a couple of contacts about the driver's ed program, just mentioning, I think quite fairly, that students pay for that. So I guess what is the overall savings we're actually getting there is the proverbial juice worth the squeeze. 125?
So we had a net loss of $125,000 in the driver's ed program.
Okay, that's helpful.
And will you be giving the savings for each of these separately, or, because like they're definitely pulled into, because especially like in some other categories, it's hard to really know, like, because I believe that some of the cuts are like down to tens of thousands or $5,000 to $10,000. And if we're getting that nitpicky, I feel like there's other places that we could also be looking. I hope that you would be able to provide us with each of these separately as well.
Yeah.
And not with the goal of us saying nitpicking and pulling one or the other out, but I think it is fair for the board to say, well, if we are looking for big trends, why are we not looking at these things that could also be cut?
I mean, I think I'm not as utterly concerned about which classification, whether it's secondary or district level. I concur with your, if one group should feel it, all groups should feel it in that sense of equity. I think I would ask for that more from I look at any of these and I wonder kind of a cost to benefit ratio. And that's why I want to see it is, okay,
Well,
if
what's
I'm
lost,
sacrificing
not just
this,
the money.
what's lost? So there is a monetary thing associated with it.
Okay, any other questions on that? Secondary, so this is the list for secondary reductions.
Yeah, on this one, I mean, I think we certainly, by far and away, it had the most conversation, the most contacts, and the most tonight about the concerns about the changes to electives. And I totally agree that that's one of the differentiating aspects of the district. And I'll admit, I'm personally biased there, that my own kids' experience has been 100% revolving around that in this district. And I'm just curious what revenue would we have to identify to make that equitable again? What other paths are there to restore that and not put that additional burden just on the elective teachers? I don't know if that means we're going to make it so we're changing core requirements to make it more equitable by having everybody having to suffer more. Does it mean we're eliminating more positions to ensure that the ones we keep are not put in a position where they can't succeed? It's hard for me to quantify what exactly we're saving there.
Yeah, so that line item is 1.5
Okay.
million from that amount. I'd like Sam to talk just a little bit about just the details related to the electives in 4 to 5, and I think just really be able to give some perspective of what we're talking about. Brian also sat in with the secondary principals in that conversation, just to be able to give some context there.
Yeah, so the conversation essentially is to not eliminate electives, but so is the question the 6 of 7?
Yes, yeah, the 6 of 7 line. Yep.
Correct. So we would still continue to provide those offerings. We haven't proposed not offering any of the elective classes that we're currently offering. So I know that that's out there. So the 5 out of 7 would allow us to still provide those offerings. What we do know, though, is that does make the experience of that elective teacher drastically different now. Again, much of what we heard tonight during public comments. So there's prep time. Also, there are some of our elective teachers who travel. So we know that there's some impact there that we need to continue to vet out and understand. But at this point, there haven't been any proposals to cut electives.
Yeah. Are there concerns about the cultural impact of having one classification of, not classification is probably too formal of a word, but the teachers that are teaching electives basically having a different set of teaching loads than core teachers? And I'm thinking more along the lines of Chris's comments about long-term here.
Yeah.
Because that could be a problem for recruiting in the future, not to mention just, again, a cultural problem. If you've been reading my stuff on Facebook, I'm boring, but I keep saying, how do we get to a place where we're not ripping the soul out of this district?
Can I piggyback?
And I think
Mike?
some of that is thinking about the block scheduling, which came up
Yeah.
also as
I don't want
a
6,
conversation.
7. I want
That this
block.
can be a 1 year, this would be a 1 year structure, if you will.
And that's
then
really-
transitioning into a block
Why-
schedule
why does
is a
it-
possibility.
All right,
And that's real quick, Chris, because
Yeah,
I
go.
just think that's really helpful that you just said that, Dr. Davis, because that suggests to me that certain things, and the administrators are going to hate to hear this, but reading the room, like I think, I'm sorry to say it, because everybody deserves market rate, but $600,000, that's just dead on arrival. That's just not going to happen. I just can look at the room until we have a financially stable situation. I think we could even look at, whether it's a freeze on increases to salary. And the way I'm going with this is because if we are viewing that as a bridge measure, I understand we have to capture structural savings, and that is the long-term task. But if there is a path to not creating an inequity, even for a year, that's going to tear apart the culture of this place, I think then we do have an option there to try to find some short-term savings. But now I'll yield to you, Chris.
I have 2 thoughts. And I've been a fan of block for a while because of one of my kids' experiences and other people I know's experiences. Why does it take a year
From
to
right now,
go to block?
There's a tremendous amount of planning that has to take place when you go from a traditional 7 or 8 period day to adjusting blocks, figuring out how you're going to structure AP courses so a student doesn't have math, for a 6-month stretch. There's a number of scheduling processes, procedures where to get it for the 27-28 school year there will be a ton of work that goes into that. To get it for the next school year would be impossible to do it well, and we would do more damage to kids' schedules, classes, teachers adjusting to teaching in a 90-minute block versus a 50-minute course, planning skinnies and blocks. There's just a tremendous amount. You're changing your entire way your high school operates.
And this is one of the opportunities that we missed. This is what I'm saying, I did not know that there were financial implications to block scheduling. And unfortunately, this becomes one of your worst things, or most difficult things you've had to deal with, because we did not choose to make some hard decisions, and we weren't really, I didn't know it had anything to do with the budget. I thought it was for kids' better services.
yeah, and that was based off of staff vote. I mean, like from the
Well,
block
but
scheduling
you can build relationships with staff, and had we pursued this, you're telling me that we wouldn't have been in this type of situation. So that's neither here nor there. And I still I would like an understanding, maybe this is also where you're going, Chris, of how does block scheduling actually save us this money without eliminating the positions?
It will eliminate positions when you get to the block piece.
Okay.
Yeah, you will have staff elimination based on schedule.
Okay, thanks.
You can go.
I was just going to say, I was happy to hear tonight that the union said the word block scheduling, because that was one of the reasons that we didn't do it a few years ago, because we had such pushback from it. So I was happy to hear that maybe we can have some other conversations about it.
I have one other question about 6 of 7. So, and this takes me back to one of my first questions I asked when you mentioned it about the number of teachers, certified teachers on staff and that. I understand the need to right-size our staff is based on decreasing enrollment, but if we are so overstaffed in teaching positions in the secondary level, why can we not make the necessary cuts to staffing without switching to the 6 of 7 model for electives?
You likely would then limit your course offerings for kids.
But if we're so overstaffed, but if we are offering the correct amount of course offerings, and we, if we are I don't understand how, I don't understand that logic. That doesn't seem correct to me, because if you are having the right number of teachers to teach the right amount of electives, you shouldn't have to go to 6 of 7 and put a higher burden on the remaining teachers. I just fundamentally do not understand that as what's going on here. Because again, this makes me question actual frontline teaching staff if we are actually overstaffed. I think we are overstaffed by the number of people in the district who are teacher certified, but they are not all student facing. So is there, I don't understand how, the logic doesn't make sense to me.
If I can just acknowledge a couple things. First, I just want to say this is heavy. It's been heavy for our entire district, our community, and I just want to make sure we acknowledge the principals and the teachers who have done a lot of the legwork and the discussions in this. And it feels, dirty to sit here and talk about positions and cutting money. I understand that. The reality is we are overstaffed. From a formula-based staffing standpoint, if we look at ratios of 27 to 28 in the classroom, we run some classes of 12. We have some teachers who teach 4 sections out of 7. So there are inequities all across the district, whether you want to talk about elementary staff comparing high school schedules. Elementary get a 30-minute lunch if they're lucky. So there's inequities, and we had a principal who made a great point in one of our meetings that there are inequities everywhere. We can compare schedules and prep time and how much time you spend at work, but the fact that our secondary levels, when you look at staff we have and the amount of kids and what we offer, our district does a tremendous job of offering a million things.
But so then should we be looking at the possibility that we are offering too many electives? And is that a fair answer? And that's not going to be a decision that we can make by January 12th because that hasn't been evaluated.
And I'll say we are. So we're looking at the number of electives we offer and the cycle in which they're offered. So maybe it's not both semesters, it may be a fall or so. Those are certainly conversations and options we're evaluating at this time.
I guess my takeaway point is I just really would like to actually see the numbers that can tell me we are overstaffed with student-facing teachers at the secondary level. I hear a lot of the dicta, the words saying this, and I just really, really like to see the numbers and the actual ratios and that, because you guys are all very confident about this, and it hasn't been shared with the community.
Which would be running class lists. Like
Okay.
current class lists at the high school, right?
I don't know.
Well, I
don't know.
that would be how you could tell how many
Can
kids
we
are in
get
the
that
class.
information?
Right, that
Well,
would
but
that would
I
be
also
the
think,
thing.
whatever, I'll leave it to you on how you guys think you can share that data, but if you're so clear on the data, share the data with us.
Yeah, and I think you're right. When we look at course requests and how a schedule is built, we've made all the modifications to be able to offer all of these things, to have the luxuries we have in some of the schedules we have. But again, the reality is we have a declining enrollment, we have a budget deficit, and this is, I would say we would be in trouble if this was unique to Oshkosh. But this is happening everywhere, and we have to look at our staffing model. We have to rework the way we schedule, how we look at whether it's mentoring programs or staff size or how we schedule. We have to kick over all those rocks, and this is the start of that process that gets us in a financial position to work through a lot of these details that maybe we had not necessarily haven't had to before. And that's a difficult thing to do and go through, and we can look at the data, but it might not make a lot of sense. And the thing we have to remember is we sat with our high school principals who know those buildings and their processes better than anybody else, and they worked through this with us. I haven't been here that long, so putting trust in people who can talk about their buildings and their processes and their schedules and say, these are the answers we have right now.
There was an email that I forwarded to all of you that I received yesterday afternoon from a woman. Unfortunately, I don't believe she indicated what her position was or her job role, but she referred to the the Every Child Succeeds Act, which she says identifies arts, music, phy-ed, and technology education as integral components of a well-rounded education. Encore teachers must be provided appropriate professional conditions, that is, adequate planning time, reasonable workloads, and equitable treatment consistent with those afforded to other licensed educators. One of the other points she raised was, is it legal to discriminate, that's her word, discriminate against a group of teachers, namely elective teachers, and change their working conditions. That is, require them to teach an additional class for which they're not paid, while currently I believe some of them are paid, and forcing them to travel when they had not done that. I think there's a legal question that really needs to be looked at here, whether that's federal or state, where this 6 of 7 would change the working conditions for one group of staff members only. We're not asking everybody to do 6 of 7. We're just singling out this particular group. And we've heard from emails and we've heard from testimonies tonight the value of these elective courses, which often lead into extracurricular activities, and how these classes are often safe havens for kids who need a space. And so I'd like us to find out, is there a legal issue with changing the workload and the working conditions for this one select group of staff members? I also forwarded that to Dr. Davis.
Okay, anything else related to secondary?
It relates back to, maybe this is a bridge to the next slide too, because it relates to the comment that was made about the media specialists. And I guess in general, do we have any idea of how many of these FTE positions we might be able to eliminate through attrition?
That I don't have off the top of my head. I don't know if you guys.
I don't have the attrition data in front of me.
Okay.
So, and certainly for all the any positions that we would want to eliminate, we, through attrition, retirement, we want to have this be the least impactful as possible.
I mean, obviously, but yeah.
When is the deadline for that, for the incentive for retirement to notify?
Yeah, it passed in November. I talked to Sabrina. I think we're going to extend that through January, so like January 21st, just due to this situation. And see if there's anybody else that would be interested in that, just to be able to help kind of ease the burden of this.
Sounds good, thank you.
Yep.
I'd just like to go back briefly to the driver's ed program. I forgot to mention this earlier. I had an opportunity to meet with Brian and Sam this afternoon. There is a board policy that is currently in place. It goes back to 2015, so it's about time it is looked at. But it notes that we shall offer driver's education, both classroom and behind the wheel. So if we were to eliminate this driver education program, that policy would have to change.
Thanks.
Noted.
Yeah.
It's not a policy I particularly want to change, if I'm being honest.
Okay, any other questions on secondary? And then elementary, and again, here you can see the Shapiro consolidation is an area that is very present in this space.
I'll say the one question that came up a few times was the two principal thing. So I thank you, Brian, for discussing that earlier tonight.
Yes. A question that I thought of was, if we're going to move the students out of Shapiro for the 26-27 school year, would there be some savings with the closing of that building?
Yeah, so that building will be demoed.
Okay.
So, because the Shapiro site is where the new middle school will
Right.
go. So the students will, at the end of this year, move from Shapiro to Roosevelt. So that's what Brian had provided as part of the referendum report. And so it'll be demoed, and there won't be a sale of that site or anything, because
No.
that's the site of the new middle school.
But we wouldn't
so
have operating costs in that building, and I believe the demo costs would come out of the referendum funds, would they not?
Correct, yes.
Correct, so that
Yeah.
savings would be for the time that there isn't a school there, but I think that's when there isn't then another school there, then those costs
Yeah,
pertaining
for
to
that.
heating and
For
cooling
that.
a building and so forth come right back into the system because there'll be a new site there.
There will be some overall, like, consolidation costs once we get then South Park on the, like, we've got some moving parts that we're working through for reduction of buildings.
Okay, but if we have a building that is not there anymore, would we not
Right.
save
Mhm.
heating
Correct.
costs and
Yes.
electricity and that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that'll be part of our
So that could be figured into this potentially as well.
Yes, we could take a look at estimates of,
Okay.
trends on what we've spent.
Thank you.
Yep.
Be nice if it would equal 1.5 million, so we could take away our elective situation.
And I had a thought. It's kind of big picture, and I don't even know if it would work or not. And I probably should have asked it before, but it just popped into my mind. It's a financial question. So we've been paying a lot extra down on prior referendum debt for a short-term fix or whatnot, or for moving into different types of programming slower. Can we make adjustments on that?
Adjustments
legally?
to our
That could
payments?
fill some gaps that would make people more comfortable. I know that's on the facility side, right, where we're paying down a lot extra on, Dr. Hess has the slides often, right? He does. Where we could use that to potentially, and I know that's a potentially short-term thing, and I don't know the legality of it, but if I don't bring it up, there's gonna be lots of options discussion. Maybe you know, Dr. Hess.
As much as I like to complain about that, I don't think we can.
You don't think
that
that's
at all.
legally
That's
on
a
the
completely separate fund. and
Okay,
an
that's good to know.
exemption At the end of, after revenue limits, you can add that too, but that's specific to buildings in the referendum. So that, I would love if it could happen here, but I think Dr. Ford kind of talked
Yeah.
about that too. in
Yeah.
Some of his messaging recently.
Yep.
Just popped in my mind.
Okay, any questions on that? Okay, and finally, as we're moving forward, again, to get ourselves to some structural efficiencies and effectiveness, some of the things that, that we can take forward, looking at, again, shifting our staffing costs to our budgets, to our site budgets, which will help empower our principals and have a better understanding related to those staffing costs as we're managing forward. Looking at focusing on our proven processes, so we have programs like Reading Recovery, for example, that won't be continued, and focusing on our impactful interventions as part of our new literacy curriculum. We've talked about block scheduling tonight, and so that's a likely move as we're moving forward. And then to retain highly effective staff, so that when we get to the displacement process, if we have to get to that, and hopefully we don't, but if we do, historically part of what we've looked at would be seniority, and having seniority be the primary driver of any displacements or replacements that we would need to make. So we're also looking at factors related to discipline, attendance, and involvement in leadership positions like head coaches and that type of thing to be some of those factors. So those are just some areas that we think, again, coming out of this very heavy, very difficult, but again, want to be stronger as we're moving forward. So again, from a timeline standpoint, so from today's meeting, certainly appreciate the feedback that we got throughout the night tonight, to be able to take some of those items back for consideration, providing some refined budget recommendations as needed. What I'd like to be able to have as our timeline is January 9th, district communication on some updated recommendations, January 4th board meeting, and that allows us to hit our marks. If we're looking at scheduling for our high school kids, that allows us to hit that mark. And if we're either making changes or not making changes, then we know and we can definitively stay on track for that process. So again, for me, for tonight, being able to get some direction on areas that you want to be able to see our team be able to take back, based on the feedback that you've gotten or from your perspectives. That's really what we need tonight to take another step forward. So we're not, just spinning, because again, the $6 million has to be addressed, and we have to have a path as we're moving forward. So I guess so that ends my presentation. and just want to open that up and see if there's any.
Yeah, I'd love to share my plate of bad options, of things that have either come into my head or have been suggested to me by the public, just so we can kind of go through. As I know, I've talked to most of you about this. My mindset throughout this has been, if not this, then what? Because we have to find these funds somewhere. And by the way, thank you to everybody who came here, and certainly everybody who hung around, and everybody who offered their ideas. We need to get that information from people that are on the ground, either as teachers, as parents. I mean, right, we get experiences as a parent. Someone asked us via email, have you ever been in in an OASD school? And I'm like, yeah, I visited one for 20 minutes the other day at Bell. Like, it's not the same, and I get that. So it's so important that you keep reaching out to us. A couple things. As I already mentioned, I mean, we have the $600,000 market rate adjustment for administrators, which I think is something that's going to be a really difficult thing to justify until we get to a point of financial and operational stability. I think we have to talk about putting $1.5 million back into the fund balance. Admittedly, that's something that I'm a huge advocate for. I fear not doing that puts us in a position where we're going to be right here again next year and have no cushion. I think not putting that money there feels a lot like a financially irresponsible decision that has been made in the past by many a public organization that sets you up, and then people complaining, why did you do that at the time? But it needs to at least be discussed. Maybe there's flexibility there. I'll leave that to my colleagues to discuss. I mentioned the idea of across-the-board salary freezes, what that would look like, how long that would go. But again, that's about what is the cost benefit versus being able to retain more teachers as opposed to making sure they get pay raises. It's a plate of bad options. Obviously, we want to be able to do both, but we can't. What would a hiring freeze look like for non-teaching positions? Is there any logical way to not replace folks who do retire through attrition, especially for non-teaching position, non-student facing positions? What would that look like? Tonight somebody brought up furloughs, which I understand is more of a short-term thing. It wouldn't solve any of our structural problems. It would probably also crush morale, so I don't think I like that one, but at least bring it up. Other consolidation options we haven't explored. Got an interesting email about the possibility of adding minutes and reducing the number of overall school days we have and how that might lead to long-term structural savings like some other districts have done. The idea, I forget her name, but she brought up an interesting idea about changing start times and how that might be able to save some transportation costs. The concept of selling land comes up over and over again, but once again, that's a cow you can only milk once. It's a Wisconsin saying there. I think I just made that up, but right, that's not a structural thing. But that comes up in the community all the time. People get so upset about that land on Riff Road. Maybe it would do us all a good service just to be done with it. I think that's. And then the process for a non-recurring operations referendum to close the gap, and doing that before 2028. I understand that that's the plan for 2028, but people are wondering why not just do this now. And let the taxpayers decide. I'm sure there's plenty. I don't know. I think that's one of those things that could possibly take this community from being very, very divided to being completely destroyed. But at least we need to talk about it. Just to be clear, these are not things that I'm personally advocating for because they all bring pain. I don't think any of us want to be in this awful situation tonight. I especially don't want to be in my first year on this board. But we have to address the pros and cons of both of these paths, or all these different paths to address this deficit. So I don't know if that helps get the conversation going, but that's what I've been hearing these past few days.
I can add to the list. And there was one that Mike and I messaged about that I don't know that either of us are actually advocating, but I would like to at least know a little bit more information about is high school consolidation and the impact that would have. And I say this as a graduate of SPASH, which is the biggest high school, three-year high school in the state. They can be highly effective and allow you to have more course offerings and more strategically staffed places. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on it. I'd want us to know what that really means, and obviously it does not happen by January 12th.
I do want to add to that, Molly. I hate to interrupt you, but
Go ahead.
Again, just from my own personal experience, I had a unique situation where I grew up. I had a high school of about 4,000 people, but we had two campuses, or we had all the freshmen and sophomores at one, all the juniors and seniors at another.
Right. Or, consolidation or realignment.
Yeah.
I'd also add to Mike's a full review or audit of direct student expenses, such as academic course offerings, co-curricular costs, athletic costs. And this is why I'm so emphatic that we cannot be using the registration deadline. Like, I think we can make some really good decisions and I think we can say we are doing this without cutting course offerings because of this. At least that would be, to me, without having better community input, a commitment I would like. I also think we need to have a full review or audit of all expenses, including things like travel for conferences. I do not know the right word for this, but like educational online databases, dashboards, or services. We seem to have a lot of them, and do we need all of them for both student-facing, parent-facing, staff-facing? The example I think of is Custodio, the new one this year that I get an email on multiple times a week. What's the value of all those, and what's the expense? And in all of this, I think we need clarity on the foundational and structural changes and goals. Then also, this is something that Tim and I both referred to, we need to know the numbers and we need to know what is lost. And I've had conversations with Dr. Davis and Dr. Coleman, basically where I advocated where we can't, instead of a surgical approach, looking at full departments or full sections and saying what happens if we eliminate an entire line, an entire area. What are the core expectations and what we need and what must remain and what do we lose? We don't have that kind of thing now to make a good enough decision. And I think in some ways it could allow us to reimagine our district, as you start, like literally your first sentence you said. We need to be able to look at this in a very holistic way and reimagine these departments and sections instead of saying, well, we might decrease one coordinator here, one specialist there. What happens if we just look at them very differently and take out entire levels or different entire levels or no levels? So those are my general suggestions. I am adamantly opposed to decreasing any student educational opportunities without that full audit. Like any cuts to courses or extracurriculars or things like that should not be happening without us looking at everything.
What do you think an audit would look like? I mean, that's a word that's thrown around a lot, and I've always
I
tried
don't
to...
know if audit is the right word. I think
Yeah.
we need to, if we are going to say that we're going to eliminate driver's ed, and there's reasons for it, or if we are going to do things that are going to make it so that co-curriculars such as drama are not, or the school plays are not as likely to occur or be supported, we need to know what the costs are and why we didn't look at athletics as well. And we need to know, and that's also why I think we can make a commitment right now that for this year, we will not cut courses. And that would be taking the strength class off the docket and the changes to certain other ones off the docket for this year.
And one of the things that we'll make sure to provide is what that restructuring looks like, because the vision is not that we would not have journalism or that we would not have drama. Certainly it would look different than how it looks right now, but we'll make sure to provide that clarity, because I think the absence of that creates the impression that we wouldn't have that as an offering or an opportunity for students.
Right, but if we are going to not have things that are offered for credit next year as part of these cuts, we need to be evaluating all things that are not offered for credit. And we're not. There's no way we're going to in the next month.
No. I want to touch base just on, you mentioned an audit of like tech services, all the online platforms we have. We are doing that as part of our tech reduction of almost $500,000. We are looking at every program we offer, running data usage. Our tech department can get us those results, and we're going to end up eliminating a lot of the programs that we're not using.
Yeah, and I don't mean necessarily that has to only be limited to tech. And I think there might be programs also that might not be within tech, but we need to know what our expenses are in that other 20%. And I know that 20% is not going to get us to the cuts we need, but it helps.
Yeah, I just think maybe this is tomorrow at facilities and finance, but we got to get we got to get specific about what we're asking for, I think, from the admin team. So we're not, right, I always get this, people say, we need a third-party audit, so I send them our audit, and they say, that's not what I want. So
No,
like,
okay,
we
don't
need
use
to-
my, I do not mean I do not mean an audit. I mean, if we say we can justify cutting some academic coursework, we need to say why we are not review, like, we need to know the cost of other things, and that all needs to be on the table.
Just for clarification, I just want to make sure I'm getting this. So if we did, if we looked at course requests at the high school level, and we took our lowest running courses, let's say art runs at, I'm just making this up, so if art runs at single digits across the board, are you saying we should evaluate the art department as a whole for a reduction? Or how do you want us to evaluate classes that are running at, like, an AP classes might run at 15, a dual credit class because they're capped might run at 16. So what's the benchmark or the measure for evaluating classes? Is it student enrollment? Is it just to
I
make
think
sure
that's
know?
partially up to you all, but I also think, though, because there were some things included in here that are course offerings, I want to see why other course offerings were not included in here. And I want to see what justifies why these were. And I really want to see why athletics was nowhere on this. And I'm glad it wasn't. And I want to, there's no justification as to why it wasn't, based off the information we have right now. So.
Fair points. I will just say athletics is such a small portion of a budget, and when you look at.
But we are making some cuts that are less than $10,000
I'm just
per
giving you the
line
rationale
item.
there. And when you look at the 6, 7, we have to have reoccurring savings, and that allows us to not take away any courses from kids. We're not eliminating any course option from a kid for a 1-year ability to get us to block. That's why we vetted it with principals.
To be very
Looked at
clear,
it,
I'm
and
not
you're-
saying that 6, 7 is. I'm saying that there
Yeah.
were other specific courses on here that are listed for credit elimination or for elimination of driver's ed, which is
Driver's ed.
non-credit but an incredibly important service.
And I'll say, when we looked at driver's ed, there's numerous opportunities within the city for kids to take it, including free and reduced through Boys and Girls Club, and it's a net loss of $125,000. That's the reason why we looked at it.
I think I concur with Molly, but also understand Mr. Yerke's kind of questioning back. If you're going to ask for something, please tell us what it should be, and that's effectively what Dr. Ford was saying. We're looking at eliminating 70 positions, and we heard the angst in this community. You know, I think what Dr. Ford had to endure when he served on the city council and did, 2 days of line item every single thing, that was a lot of detail. We get a very generalized version of a budget, and I know you're trying to save us from getting into the weeds, but to some extent, I kind of feel like if we're looking at eliminating that number of people, I have a sense of, I feel like I need to know more, I need to understand more without, I don't know all the reports that can be generated reasonably to maybe get us more detail without an individual line item. But I get the angst of, I want a sense of knowing more what it is that we're sacrificing, what other options are out there. And I appreciate that doesn't answer your question, but I want more. So.
Is there any way that we can come to a compromise? I understand that we want to get this done in January. We do have an additional board meeting in January, and with the holidays coming up, I don't want this to get rushed through just to get rushed through. I think it's going to be important to maybe have an additional meeting in January for the board to understand. Maybe it's a post-preliminary meeting, and then we move into the 14th, but there's a lot of questions to answer before that time, and we don't want to get this wrong. You heard tonight, well, you heard everything tonight. I don't have to tell you what you heard. I'm really concerned about the 6, 7. we have a lot of talented people. And I don't think we realize, well, we realize, but maybe don't give them credit for everything they do, that they don't get paid for. So that's something that is really, really tough for me. But it's so interesting that we focus on literacy and we focus on our scores as being the most important thing we do. But the majority of the people that spoke tonight spoke about their high school experience being about electives and being about things that will make them more productive as citizens and the enjoyment of learning because of these things. Philosophical question, how do we mix those two? Because when we don't score whatever on test scores, the community goes nuts, but then we have all these wonderful people here that have gotten so much more out of their school experience than literacy and math. So that's not a question for tonight, but I think we have to keep that in mind when we're looking at the electives, when we're looking at making the student a whole student. And I've always been an advocate for that. So that's one of my items. But I don't know if we can even answer tonight, but I'd sure like to figure out how we can maybe push it 2 weeks. I am not interested in pushing it 2 months, because I think if anything, that'll rip this community apart, and we need to be able to get at the information that we need to be able to make a decision, an adequate decision. I think more will come out at Facilities and Finance tomorrow. But I'd like to know your thoughts, Dr. Davis, on timing for January.
Yes, so if, I would propose that we would look at probably January 7th as a next step, if we're gonna put meetings in, to be able to give us, a maximum amount of time. Again, I think maybe this is more for tomorrow morning, but I think being able to get some clarity about what deliverables look like and what that timeline would look like would be helpful for us, because certainly, we'll be, needing to deliver that. But if we deliver that, on the, for the meeting on the 7th, and then we'd be, a week ahead of the 14th to be able to have a second discussion on it. And if we can make a decision then, great. If we can't, then we'll have to, either have a meeting on the 21st and the 28th. I guess it's just up to the board of the pace and the frequency that we want to be able to move with. Again, at the end of the day, we need a $6 million solution.
Right.
And, getting into anywhere beyond, February 1st, I think is going to be increasingly more difficult to get there.
And that third week in January is the State Education Convention.
Right.
So we would be limited then as to what evenings. I would like to add to the list, and I brought 2 of these up earlier, efforts to increase transfers students into the district, and then the legal aspects of the 6 to 7. I really have a tough time with that one because of the impact of, all teachers have an impact on children, but the special bonds that often develop between the teacher in an elective class and the kids within the classroom. So what are the legal aspects of going to 6 to 7 with just this one group? But overall, I have a problem with that. And then I'd like to retain one of the peer coaches. We've invested a lot in these people. They do cognitive coaching. They do all kinds of things that other people are not trained to do. And I think we shortchange them if we don't have the best people in that role, as with any teaching role. And we heard from several students tonight about the Director of Community Engagement and the impact that that role has on them. I don't know if we can retain that in the budget or not, but I concur with Dr. Ford regarding the salary market adjustments. I hate to say that, but in light of all the sacrifices we're asking other employee groups to take, I think this is not the year to do salary adjustments for administrators.
Could we do a scenario, because basically going off of what you guys have kind of said, I think I think all of us will say that the staff marketing adjustments aren't going to happen, unfortunately, for that. I just don't think there's, we can't do it. Could we do a scenario where, I think you said the 6 of 7 is about what did you say?
1.5.
1.5. Could we see a scenario where we don't do that 1.5 and the related changes, and where the 600,000 is gone, and what the total reductions need to be, and other ways to get those cuts that are within proposed 6 to 7 and related changes?
I think the question is this gonna be structural, or are we gonna short-term fix this a bunch until we get to where we wanna get?
I think we can, at this point, it's fair
No,
for
do
us to ask
both.
for other structural changes that, or a combination, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe give us multiple scenarios, I don't know, but like,
Does the board agree with having a special meeting on the 7th?
Yeah.
Do we need a day? Do you think we could do this? I mean, seriously, we're at
I would agree.
5 hours right now.
It's probably not a meeting that's going to
Yeah.
be.
Does administration have enough time between now and the 7th, given that school is only in session through next week, Friday?
We'll be working over Christmas break.
Ah,
So this is this is number one priority for this district. We have to get to $6 million.
yes, we do.
Prefer it to be structural.
I appreciate all the people who came tonight. I appreciate people who wrote to us, and I also am most grateful to Mrs. Wyman for her keeping up with responses on behalf of the board and the quality of those
next day.
comments. So
Thrilled to.
thank you for doing that. This is not a position that any of us want to be in, but the reality is we have to make changes, and things will look differently. But the bottom line is, students first, and we have to make sure that we're taking care of our staff.
Brian, maybe we could discuss the facilities and finance tomorrow, but then Sherry could send out, I'm going to say, a doodle poll of availability on that Wednesday to maybe make it a full day. Just looking at availabilities, everyone could check their calendars and see what we can do, but this is important, and we've got to do, as a board, we need to do some hard work before we go back to be in front of the community.
And our self-evaluation is the next night on the 8th. So if there's if it's more helpful to do a combination, to do
That would be fine.
a noon to night, an afternoon and night session, maybe that makes more sense. I don't know.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, I mean, I like the idea of an all day, but I also want to be sensitive to people's day jobs.
Right.
We want all 7 of us participating.
It's going to be very difficult, to be quite frank, to make an all day on the 7th.
yeah.
And then what do you need? How specific a request do you need? Somehow we have to put all this together and agree on something as a board, or have a majority. Like, when you're gathering data, what is your request of board members as to what you need?
So certainly have the list of things that we want to be able to assess, the fund balance, salary freezes, those types of things. So I think we can do, and I heard just pros and cons, like getting a pros and cons going on each one of those bullet points, I think was important. I think that specificity for me would be more around like audit expenses and like that type of thing, and just making sure we're hitting the mark on like what those details would look like. And
To be very
maybe-
clear, that, I do not think that that is possible by January. So I think that you can make choices to say we are not going to do these types of cuts this year, because the ones that I'm talking about are a small portion of it. And that also then takes that pressure away from the January scheduling. If we can confirm that any cuts will not directly affect the number of courses offered, which I think we can, we're not that, anyways, the audit is gonna, there's no way that can be done by, the review.
Yeah,
Can
review.
be by January. That's just, I don't think it's possible. And
So-
so that's gonna have to be next year's 6 million that we have to figure out how to cut.
And so if that's off the table, then we would look at, I guess, the rest of these bullet points to be able to do some pros and cons. What I can do between now and 7:30 tomorrow morning, is be able to just get a little bit of a template of like what that would look like, and then we can just discuss it at FNF tomorrow morning.
But go to bed tonight too, you know?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Everyone has put in a lot of work.
But that simplifies things a little bit.
Here's my struggle, though, that we are talking about, we are dealing with, we're forced into a position where we have to address the $6 million. And I've heard declining enrollment is happening everywhere. No, it's not. It's
80% of it.
No, it's not. It's 66% this year. And to say that we don't know the major issue, the thing, we can hope that the legislature gives us more money. We can hope for that. We can advocate for that too. But the key thing is declining enrollment. And I think Dr. Herzog kind of asked for that. And to just say, we're giving up, we got a plan for, and I know you're not saying that.
I'm not saying that we're giving up. I'm saying our number one priority is to increase our literacy scores, and we've committed to that. We've committed resources and professional development. So I just want to be really clear with, we are not giving up. We are trying to, and we're committed to making progress in that regard, and we believe that that will help bring kids back. We are also wide open to solutions if anyone has an idea for recruiting solutions that we could use to be able to help stem open enrollment, wide open to that.
Looking at all of the measures that are in the report card, ran them all against enrollment, and achievement is the one that makes it where people come to that district. And you can say, yes, a bunch of the people in the room were talking about other things, that's fine, but we need to stem the issue that is going to lead to a $6 million cut every single year. And I think several years ago, I heard talk about us as a board being more assertive to hold our administrators accountable. And I question, what have we done to actually hold the administrators accountable? You continue to say, we're doing all that we can and we're committed to it. But where's the accountability to it? Because that's the thing that's gonna make us sit here every single year and do a $6 million cut.
So we won't have to do a $6 million cut every year, just to be clear. The forecasting does not indicate that. And if I'm happy to sit with Dr. Coleman and work through what we've done from a literacy standpoint, which has been a significant shift over the last couple of years, to be able to talk about that as a strategy. I mean, I think we've done that in public sessions, but happy to revisit that if need be.
The only thing I will add at this point, if we're looking, I don't think going to 6 or 7 is going to help our open enrollment issue.
I'll just say to the public, I'm sure they're all still watching, but January 8th, we have our board evaluation, but also our evaluation of the superintendent, and I think that's the point where we'll determine if our board goals are aligned with our administrative team's execution.
Okay. All right, so we look forward to getting a schedule for, it looks like the 8th now, and Sherry can send something out to determine our availability.
Do we, is that a noon, sorry, is that a half day?
I think you're gonna have to put it in some different formats to see the.
But targeting the 8th?
Yeah.
The 8th, not the 7th, even if you do it in the early evening?
If we can.
Let's see how
Maybe
much time
mid-afternoon
availability
into the evening.
On the 7th or the 8th?
8th, because we have,
Okay.
otherwise it's back to back.
So the day that I'm tentatively asking off of work for is The 8th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll bring M&Ms.
I don't.
I think I need them now.
Thank you to all of you, to the principals, to everyone that had input on this process. It's not an easy process, and we will get through it, and we will be a better district for it. So thank you very much. And thank you to everyone that stayed for all of this. Oh, my word. Okay, consent resolution agenda.
Second.
Perfect. Call the roll, if you're still here.
Eileen's here.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Herzog.
Aye.
Hess.
Aye.
Smeltnik.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Wyman.
Aye.
DeWitt.
Aye.
Ford.
Aye.
Resolution carries.
Thank you. And the next one we have is an individually considered resolution. It's the approval of the Wisconsin Association of School Boards resolutions.
So moved. Barb.
Second.
No, isn't there a discussion item in there?
It is a discussion item, yes.
I'm so sorry, I didn't get the who made the motion and who seconded it?
Barb, I second.
And then discussion.
Discussion.
Yep.
So every year, the Wisconsin Association of School Boards puts out an inquiry to all 421 public school districts and the CISAs to submit proposals for their member-driven discussion in January at the State Education Convention on what bylaw changes they would like to see. And the list you have is a revised list of proposals that were sent into the Policy and Resolutions Committee. I serve on that committee. They look at those from 3 vantage points. Is it relevant? Is it something the entire body should vote on? And is it something that is timely? So they came up with this list of 12 for this year. I just want to point out briefly, very short synopsis of 5 of these. The first one would remove caps from the parental choice program. It's in opposition of that. So it's not allowing more people to get into or qualify for the parental choice program in the voucher schools. It's to limit where they are right now. The second one is revisions to the report card process. Some of the districts who do quite well on the state report card have suggested that we eliminate the growth score and the graduation score and just look at achievement. So that's what that one is saying. And then there are 2 that deal with the same topic, which is decoupling. This has been a topic at the CISA 6 legislative breakfast, where the issue is who is going to pay for the voucher schools. Is that going to come out of the local property tax bills, or is that going to come out of the state? So the first one is in favor of decoupling, which would separate that out and would allow the state to pay all the costs across the state for the voucher schools. The second one is saying no, keep it with the property tax so there's more accountability locally. We can't have both of those, so this board needs to give Molly, our delegate, some direction on which one to vote for. And then the final one is on WIAA policymaking. There's been a push to ask that the WIAA come under the state open records law, open meetings law. It's an independent group. The members are high schools, they are not school districts. And this is to say, no, this should be an independent body and they should not be subject to public scrutiny in that way. So those are the 5 I wanted to speak of. So we just need to let Molly know how we want her to vote on these 12, and in particular, the 2 on decoupling.
Do we have to decide that right now?
Well, before I think it's the 21st of January.
Okay, could we put that?
We could lay this over. We don't have
Let's
to vote
lay this
tonight.
one over.
Yeah, let's lay it over.
We still have a few things to accomplish this evening.
And could maybe our legislative committee give us a
Great
suggestion
idea.
on which one to do of those 2 that we can only pick one?
Perfect.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Tell us, Chris. Thank you.
Recommendation, that's what I'm saying. Or you guys can just trust me, and I can vote no.
Okay, we can take this.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. What is it exactly we're voting on? Just to,
To indicate to our delegate, namely Molly, how we want her to vote on these. The only, you could, well, we could lay this over, or you could say, we want you to vote yes on everything except possibly the decoupling one, where we don't want that to go through. Or maybe we do want it to go through. That's up to the group.
Should I just make a motion to postpone?
Lay it over. I'll second that.
All right, sweet. Motion to postpone. Second by Kelly.
Yes.
Not the right term. Lay over, I think, is the,
All right. Hess.
All right.
Smeltnik.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Wyman.
aye.
DeWitt.
Oh my gosh.
DeWitt.
Aye.
Ford.
Aye.
Herzog.
aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Request for future items for committee review.
Well, apparently, we're gonna review this there.
Okay,
So that'll be one.
it's a big one.
Maybe that can be informal. if
You might
guys
have to
can
come to
just-
that one though, Molly.
It's just after the convention, though, that's the issue.
Yeah, we might have
Can,
to.
So we'll
okay,
have
so
to-
it doesn't
we'll
have to be a formal thing, just,
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
And any announcements? I have one. There's a big art show at the Masonic Temple on Friday night, K through 12.
Can I just, I don't even know where to assign it, but I am getting consistent questions related to fundraising and field trips from parents and changing how this is done in the district. I'm guessing that's facilities and finance, maybe education committee, but people are very
be
confused with
facilities.
changes.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it sounds like that would be because it's dealing with finances if you're fundraising. And to add, Mrs. Wyman, to your announcement, the North Madrigals will be performing on Monday at the Masonic Temple.
Perfect.
Okay.
So committee review, we'd like to see fundraising processes
Yeah.
go to facilities and finance.
Yeah, I think fundraising, let's not do field trips right now, we'll figure that
Okay,
out.
all right. All right, we will now be adjourning to executive session. We have two items to talk about. The first one is conferring with legal counsel, who is rendering oral or written advice concerning a strategy adopted by the body with respect to litigation. And number two, considering the disciplinary data of a specific person. Is there a motion?
So,
Barb?
Barb Kelly.
We're going in. Oh, we have to vote.
Smeltnik.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Wyman.
Aye.
DeWitt.
Aye.
Ford.
Aye.
Herzog.
Aye.
Hess.
All right.
Meeting is adjourned to executive session.
Thank you.
We're going to 120, which is a math, so out this door.